Crossover. Oh, killer crossover.
Just crossover. It just crossed him over nastily.
Another victim to the crossovers. Cross him up and sit him down.
Time for the crossover powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha at everlevelconcrete.com. John and Josh from the baseball field.
Josh's? Where's John?
I'm right here. What are you talking
Oh,
about?
hi, John.
Look at John.
What's up?
He's just not on the computer yet. He's getting there though.
I
Nick,
was working on some things.
He was busy. John looked locked in.
I was locked in. I was trying to do something today.
Okay.
I was locked in on something else.
You're doing a great job, John. We believe in you.
Yes, we
Good
love
job,
you,
John.
Great
Last
job.
time I checked, this is radio, AM radio.
You
No
can't-
matter where you listen, it's always AM radio. Spot the lie.
I mean, it is. Yes.
There
but
you go.
Don't
You're
you want
right.
it to look as good as possible? You
Yeah,
care about
which is why I was not in the stream.
John,
beat
pretend.
you to it. Ha!
No, I was going to be kind to you. I was going to say.
But I beat you to it.
I was going to say that your lawn is like the Zone's StreamYard. You should want it to look as good as possible at all times.
Well, right now my lawn ain't looking very good.
Oh,
right
no.
now.
So it looked like the StreamYard 5 seconds ago.
That's right.
Did you get your sprinklers
right.
fixed yet?
Did I what?
Did you get your sprinklers fixed yet?
No.
Did you try sitting on them?
I thought about it.
Hello.
Sitting on the
I almost
sprinklers?
went out there with a hammer and just went, get down, get down, get down.
Not a
Yeah,
bad
a
idea.
little whack-a-mole with the sprinkler.
Yeah, I
that's fun.
don't know. I was told yesterday by the wife that the sprinkler repair people are backlogged, and so I won't see them until next week.
Wow, how many sprinklers are failing?
I mean,
Must be a lot. You know, like,
first one every year, I'm sure they
Yeah.
get real busy. Yeah.
see,
Bingo.
normally the problem is when you first turn them on are the sprinkler heads that went during the wintertime, or the ones that you forgot you mowed over the last time you mowed. And so you're out there like which I've done many times. I've replaced
Sure,
sprinkler
sure.
heads and stuff. But this is a new issue. So I don't know.
That can't be good for the mower running over those.
The mower.
I mean, they're just plastic. Most of them are plastic,
Oh.
like heads.
Well, I don't know anything about
they
that. I've never
they
lived
just
the
went-
high life.
You never seen an in-ground sprinkler before?
No.
Really?
I mean, I guess I've seen them, but I've never looked at it to see what it was made of. I assumed it was metal.
There are some of them have like a metal head on the top, but a lot of them anymore. So it's all about plastics these days.
it
So
is.
it's a lot of plastic.
We love plastic.
a lot of
folks.
hard plastic.
We have them. We have sprinklers. I don't know how to turn them on.
Do you know where the controller is?
No.
Should
I
be
guess
in
it's
the
in the
garage.
garage,
It's in
right?
the
Probably.
garage. You get
In the
you got to
garage.
have a little platform there. It's in there.
Yeah. I'll look for it.
Mm.
Because that was a part of our lease. We have to water the lawn. I was like, oh my gosh, that's going to suck. But then I was like,
it's in
we
the
have-
lease. You
Yeah,
have
because
to
they
water.
want us to, keep the lawn.
So they're
Sure.
making you pay for the water that you use to water their lawn?
Sure. I mean, it's our lawn.
It's his lawn,
Yeah.
and they want that. That's part
It's a
of an
handshake meeting.
It's his
part of it-
leased lawn.
It's basically part of an HOA. Like they could tell you, hey, your
Yeah.
house has to look good, or we'll kill you. We're gonna kick you out of the deal.
I don't want to be murdered.
Exactly. You don't want to be.
I
Murdered.
think we give HOAs too much power. Can you just
Oh,
say no
that's
to an
I mean,
HOA? What happens if you just say no?
A lot of HOAs are an extension of Germany in the 1930s.
Oh my gosh. Under.
Not all of them, but
I don't
there
know,
are
man.
some that cross the line.
Some people though,
Designated Hitler.
they just don't. They have blatant disregard for how nice their house looks. I want some.
Yeah.
I want some decorum in the area.
Well,
I'm a
I
big
do too,
decorum
but
guy.
I mean, some people go as far as, you can't have a vegetable garden. It's like, what?
yeah,
Sure.
What are
Or
you talking
some
about?
HOAs are like, your lawn has to be exactly this length.
I don't think there's that. I don't.
I lived in a condo type. It was kind of looked like a house, just like a row of,
Yeah.
of homes. About a decade ago, and we had an HOA, and because I wanted to have DirecTV, I needed my DirecTV for NFL Sunday Ticket because that's how it was back in the day, and they wouldn't let us, and so we actually moved. We broke our lease and moved out early.
See you later.
so-
I need the NFL.
What
I need
happens
the
if you
NFL.
just say no to the HOA? Will they execute you?
Yeah, murder.
Nick, you can get in trouble for it. Yeah, you
Well,
can get fined and stuff.
You signed a contract,
Well,
man.
Yeah,
Why-
Nick, you agreed to it.
Yeah.
It's a part of the biz.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
it felt
this
like a
isn't
forced
this isn't like
contract.
Nico and the contracts that college athletes are signing where there's no binding to it at all.
But-
You just walk out at any time.
It's like a forced contract, though. It's like you have to sign this. They're forcing
Then
you
don't
to.
pick that house,
Yeah,
Nick. Those
yeah.
are the rules.
Or negotiate it, whatever
Yeah.
you got to do.
By the way, Cindelar just sent me a message, John. Sounds like I'll be fixing a lawnmower and a sprinkler system, SMH.
Well, no, he's not coming to your house to fix this. Well, unless
No, no. He'll
you don't know if
you.
yours is working. Yeah.
I hope it does, yes.
Yeah, you don't know. I mean,
Yeah.
when I have time, and I'm not going to have any time this week, but
Yeah.
when I have time, I'm going to try a couple other things.
Oh, my gosh.
We probably shouldn't read that one.
Nick, look at what you did. Look at what you did. By the way, John, you're getting crapped on for your here we go, Strigori. John regularly mows over his sprinklers, not exactly top-tier mowing
interesting.
skills.
Well,
there was another one that was like, that explains why John's lawnmower doesn't work anymore.
So, Josh,
No.
what do you mean look at what I did?
I haven't really crushed one in
What
a
you did,
while.
Nick.
Sometimes they just wear out because it's plastic and it gets really cold and they snap. I haven't like actually run over one in a while. But the problem is that sometimes when they're supposed to pop back down into the ground, they don't go all the way, and so they kind of stick up just enough, and then it's hidden in the grass. And by the
So
time
you stub your toe on it, but with your lawnmower.
but then you just do it moseying along, and all of a sudden you hear that pop, and it's like, God dang it!
Sam writes, had a buddy who had someone in his neighborhood put the wrong type of shingles on his roof, and the HOA made him completely redo it.
Oh, my
I
God.
told you.
I
told you.
we
There's some things about this.
Nick wants to fight back against the HOAs.
I think it's.
You have no choice. You have no choice. They win.
I don't see a problem with uniting the common man against an oppressive ruling class.
Again, Nick, but you signed the agreement to be oppressed. Those are the rules.
You
Nick.
are self-oppressed.
It'd be like, Nick, you move into a house and you agree to your lease and how much your rent is, but then a month in you're like, you know what, I don't want to pay as much. Sorry, you agreed to the lease.
I think that's different, though, because an HOA just feels like such a tacked-on thing that somebody made because they wanted more power. And then a bunch of other people who wanted power are like, oh, HOA. And then it just became out of hand.
Daniel said they tried to tell me we couldn't have a shed in Millard, so I put in a lean-to, and they couldn't prove it was a shed.
That's amazing.
So he's like going in the deep, dark recesses of the rule book.
That's
and
malicious compliance.
Yeah.
I mean, Amazing Daniel would make a hell of a NASCAR crew chief because they're always finding those. Well, it's not in the rule book, so it means I can do it.
It's like Bill Belichick.
Yeah, kind of.
North Carolina head coach Bill Belichick.
Yeah.
People forget.
Mm-hmm.
Charles points out that's not kink shame.
Yeah, Nick.
Some people like being oppressed.
That's
Yeah,
right.
Nick.
Tell me what to do, HOA. I like it.
You can find so many other ways in your life to be oppressed. We don't need the HOA to do it, too.
Yeah, well. Amazing how we got to HOAs out of all of this, all because
how did
we're
that
like
start?
Sprinklers.
Homeowner asses.
Because of my sprinkler issue.
Sprinklers.
Oh, yeah. Amazing Daniel mentions the Pink House in Linden. Have you guys ever seen that off 144th in
no.
Blondo?
Yes.
Tell me more.
Yeah, so there's a pink house right on the edge
The
of
pink house is for you and me.
Exactly. Right at the edge of the neighborhood. And basically they were in this war. I mean, the neighborhood and the people who had the pink house.
Because the house was pink.
Because the house, well, they painted the house pink. I don't know why they painted it pink, maybe out of spite. I'm not sure. But where it ended up was, I don't think the house is pink anymore.
No, it's still pink.
Or it is?
Because I lived in the area. It was still pink last time I went.
Anyway, it's this wild kind of back and forth between the neighborhood and the HOA and the people who own the house.
I'm pro pink house. I'm on the pink house side.
See, I don't think you should. I don't know. I don't think you should be able to paint your house pink if you don't want to. Even if you want to.
So you're anti like fun wild colors for houses.
You don't want people to have freedom of choice, is what you're saying.
Like the NCAA has the waiver process of like guys who want to try and get a year of eligibility back. Like I think it should go through a committee, and if the committee decides like, hey, you're being purposefully extra with the fact that you're trying to make a pink house here. Like if I feel like you're going over the top purposefully just to annoy people or whatever, then I have the right to decline.
But how do you know they're just trying to annoy people? What if they just want a pink house? That's their house.
That's what the committee's for. You know, I don't think you should be able to have a pink house in a nice neighborhood.
I don't care about the colors of houses. I think you should be able to do whatever color.
It's your house.
As
You
long
spent
as
so
it's
much
not
money
in HOA.
What if
You
your
should be able to
neighbor
do
had
it.
a pink house?
Then they could
care.
have a pink house. I don't care.
It bothers me. I don't want my neighbor to have a pink house.
So Happer, when my family
out on pink.
Yeah, when we lived anti-women Happer. When we lived Happer in North Omaha.
Don't gender specific.
That's true.
Specify
Thank you,
colors,
John.
Josh.
That's true.
Wow.
Thank you, John. We had our house was blue. It was really, really blue. Like maybe not Florida Gators blue, but definitely a brighter blue than the seats here at the Chuck. Is that too colorful for you, Happer?
No.
That's okay.
That's
A
like
blue
it's
house is
navy,
fine.
basically.
I mean, that's
right?
a color.
I mean, it was a brighter blue than navy.
So what house
Like
colors
what,
are
John's-
acceptable for you,
John's
Happer?
Yeah,
house,
it's kind
John's-
of like John's the lighter on John's jacket today.
What
There's
house
the
colors are
collar.
appropriate?
That's kind of like what the house color
That's pretty
was.
close to the borderline, to be honest
Yeah.
with you.
Borderline.
And then when my parents sold it-
Connor's going across night line.
It was a much
Sorry.
more boring color, much more boring house color.
You just keep on painting my house over the borderline.
I don't understand why you people want to paint every room sea foam in this building.
It's sea spray.
Sea spray, whatever. Whatever happened to gray?
Wait a minute. Again, we don't get a vote on this.
No, we don't.
I don't
but
want
everybody
sea
else
spray
does.
in my.
I don't know
That's what I
studio.
said, John.
I don't know what color the studio is going to be. I didn't pick the studio color. I just picked our office color with my two other office mates.
Can we talk about this in our meeting tomorrow?
Let's make it pink.
Not
Just
if
to
we
bug
want to
Happer.
get home on time.
That's true. I do have to pack and go to the airport in like 5 hours after that meeting.
Daniel
your
says
slurs
Connor
ready.
here for keeping white.
On Jackie
Racism.
Robinson Day?
That it's
Wow.
not. That
Yes, on Jackie Robinson Day of all days.
Happer did not say
Unreal.
that. He did
Yeah,
not.
Happer, save this opinion for 5 days from now when it's a certain someone's birthday. That's when you're
Oh,
allowed to have that
During the
opinion.
military parade, the thing
Sure.
that normal democracies do.
Yep, Nick, there you go. You can do it. You can do it, Happer, on
I
420.
just, I don't want to have a pink house next to me. Or like, what if you're, I don't know, Nick, you'd probably like this. Like, John, what if your neighbor all of a sudden decided he wanted to paint flames on his house?
Oh, I would love that. Do it.
That'd be hilarious.
It makes the house go faster.
What would you think about that? If your neighbor had flames on his house, would you like it?
Probably think it's a weirdo.
I would think it's kind of weird, but I mean, I guess I don't spend a lot of time looking at the neighbor's house necessarily.
I have a take on a neighbor's house. So there's a driveway a few houses down from me, and it looks like the surface of the moon at the end of the driveway. All sorts of craters. I don't understand it. I want the HOA to come after those people to fix their driveway.
Fix their driveway.
Oh yeah, yeah.
I'll take a picture of it
They
when
need
I take
some
Bank for a
Everlevel
walk
concrete
tonight.
They
repair.
do
They
some
do it
Everlevel.
EverlevelConcreteRepair.com. Yeah, get Greg McDermott to their house. It's wild.
Thank you for sponsoring the crossover, Everlevel.
Duncan says, if it's a mobile home, fire emoji.
Oh, hell yeah. Put flames on a mobile
Do they have
home.
HOAs in mobile home courts?
That would surprise me.
I don't know. I don't know.
Maybe they should.
Jeff texts in, Hap is on a roll. Dead dogs and racial inequality.
No, not racial inequality. Nobody said
Yikes.
anything about that.
Yikes. Don't put it on the internet that Happer supports racial inequality.
Exactly. Please do not.
Just inequality among the colors.
Yeah.
Oh, Dwayne
Of
said,
houses.
Colors.
Colors.
Dwayne says, not going to lie, I have no idea what color my neighbor's
Yeah,
houses
you
are.
would know if it was
Happer,
pink.
what color are your neighbor's houses?
I don't care. They're
Oh,
not pink.
interesting.
They're not pink.
Hmm.
That's why I don't notice. That's why I support the fact that my neighbors' houses are whatever colors they are. Now, if the new neighbor moved in and they were like, I want to paint this house jet black and then put little purple stripes on it, I'd be like, I don't think so.
It wouldn't blend in very well.
Northwestern?
I don't want that.
Or
Yeah.
blend in too much.
There's a house that I run by a few times a week that there's Happer. It's not black, but it is a dark gray. It's super modern looking. This house is.
So it's kind of ugly, like those Nebraska
very-
alternate baseball uniforms.
Yeah.
Oh,
It's
ew,
darker.
yeah.
It's even darker than those.
It is?
And it's very
Ugh.
angular. The house
Slate.
is like, it's very square on it. It looks really cool, though. It's a 4-car garage.
Do you remember Poop House? Do you hate Poop House?
Well, I'm fine
Or
with Poop
did
House.
you hate Poop House?
I'm
What?
fine with Poop House.
I don't know if Poop House
Poop
is.
House is the house that you look at and the windows are set up in a certain way where it looks like it's spelling the word poop
Mhm.
with the crown molding and whatever it is, on the window.
I guess I am not familiar with
It's
this.
gone
I've not seen this or
or
heard about this.
it doesn't spell poop anymore. It's not.
See,
Poop houses
and
gone.
Dwayne the Rock Hudson, which by the way is a great name. I've never really acknowledged how great
shout
the
out
name is.
to Dwayne.
In the YouTube comment section says black houses can't be good for the AC bill. See, that's the thing that's
100%.
preventing people from painting their houses a darker shade of a color
Sure.
is because it'll attract more sunlight and get really, really hot. Unless you're living, in Antarctica.
What if I had a
maybe
solar
you want a
panel
black house.
on top of it? I want a black house, but I would fill my house with solar panels that I would give back to the environment.
I say do
It
that.
would save on my electrical bill, but my house would be black with
But
solar panels
then
on
the
I
it.
think you're going
HOA
to need a
would
hell
say
of a
you
lot of
can't have
solar
solar
panels
panels.
to offset that cost.
A lot of
Yeah.
solar panels.
I think you're going to need like a whole block of solar panels. To
Maybe
offset
I'd get a
that cost.
windmill too. you know?
Turbine. It's a turbine.
Look at you,
You know,
Happer,
it's
just
a windmill. I'd get
creating your own energy.
I'd get a windmill.
Wow, Pedro writes, "Hi guys, Connor is against freedom of expression. 1984, he is all for Animal Farm.
Oh,
George Orwell's America, Happer, is what you want to live in,
What?
apparently.
you want to burn some books too?
Joe writes in,
Fahrenheit.
this is
Yeah.
Connor's worst take. Does he?
I saw
My
that.
worst take is that I don't want a neighbor with a pink house.
Yes. Why should you care?
That could not possibly be my worst take.
It's a really bad take.
There's
I mean, he's had many bad takes, especially on, like,
exactly,
food.
John. I have so
Yeah.
many bad takes. That
Look at
could
this.
not be my worst.
Look at this that we got from Dunko, Santa Monica neighbors. Look at that house. Oh my gosh,
Yeah.
what color is that, John?
Well, it's a pink and purple and some blue.
So Happer would hate
but then
that.
the house right next door is like dark slate gray.
Yeah, we'll give
So
that the
it-
old retweet.
So I would say they both, are a little off.
yeah,
Let's see this.
great. I just retweeted it, Happer, at USC 1620.
At USC 1620.
That
What
is
was it?
follow us.
What was that?
horrendous.
California, you said? Santa Monica?
Mhm.
Is that what you said?
Yeah, it looks great.
It,
looks
doesn't
great.
Look,
Do
it
what
doesn't
you
look
want
great.
with your own house. It's your house.
You did buy it.
At some point, it
Nobody
affects,
should tell you what you can do with your house.
At some point, it affects you.
Your house, your choice.
I'm just saying, when you're living next door to these people,
I don't care.
it affects you.
I might love
No,
these people.
no.
If they're going to paint their house like that, I bet they're cool people.
But that's like saying what the neighbors do and how they act doesn't affect you either. Like, it all affects you.
as
the
long
peop-
as it doesn't cross my property line, I don't care.
See, I think the line goes beyond that. I think everybody has to live in this sort of symbiotic, respectful,
Happer,
relationship.
usually you say, I respect that, but you do not respect this.
I'm just saying, if everybody's cool, then the cool people would not have pink houses.
Just imagine
because it is a sign of disrespect toward your brethren, neighbors.
Just imagine all your neighbors are a White Castle in Las Vegas.
I respect that.
I would
respect
respect that. I'd drop a Michelob Ultra on their floor.
But it wouldn't break.
But it wouldn't break. Still a stunner. A year later, it's a stunner that thing just didn't explode.
That was the most
It
shocking
break.
thing about that.
Strigori asks, how does it affect you? I'll tell you how it affects me, because when I go to sell my house, nobody wants to live next to the person with the pink house.
Well,
Oh,
that
so you're
is-
thinking about the future.
well, that is the biggest argument is what does it do to
it
the
does
property values?
decrease property.
100%. I'm losing money off of this.
But Happer, you
Yeah.
know that people made similar arguments for, let's just say, a certain type of pigmentation
Okay.
for people.
Oh.
Stop
I'm
it.
just saying, Happer, they did. They said, I don't want to live in this neighborhood anymore. My property values.
I don't want to
Okay.
drink
Maybe they
out of
should have
that
just
water
painted
fountain.
themselves beige. It would have gotten along just fine.
This is not like that. This is not like that, Josh.
No, yeah, it's a
Okay.
different form of bigotry, Josh.
Oh, okay, my bad.
Yes, I'm into house bigotry, I guess.
Happer's not racist.
We want
He just takes on house colors.
Charles says Connor Happer, future HOA president. I would like to see you run for HOA president.
Yeah, just keep it chill. All right. Calm down. That'd be my thing.
You see, you're the one who needs to keep it chill.
Y-
These people are just trying to live their lives with their pink houses, and
You
you're going
think
out there
having
waving
a-
your fist.
You think having a pink house is chill?
I bet that's a chill ass person with a pink
By
house.
the way,
If you have a pink house, you are definitively not a chill person. No way you're a chill person.
by the way, Kate.
You could be anybody. You could be like John Wayne Gacy. In fact, that'd be a perfect disguise. Be like, oh, there's no possible way that any serial killer could live in that
Look at
house.
that color.
It's a pink house.
He's
That's a
just
good point.
It's a
eccentric. He
perfect
does
disguise.
Nick, you have very much triggered KD, by the way. Let's read some tweets.
Oh,
Let's
boy.
go.
Nick not understanding how contracts work is so on brand for him and his generation, LOL.
Uh-oh.
Nick, they have to disclose that an HOA exists. None of this is hidden. And finally,
That's right.
I'm getting irrationally annoyed at Nick not understanding the purpose of HOAs and that it's a complete choice to live in a neighborhood that has one.
Yeah.
He's all mad at him. I was the one that got it started in the first place by saying the HOAs might have been a, descendant of a certain regime.
That's right. That's how this started. It all comes back to me.
I just don't like the concept of HOAs.
I don't the ones Connor is living in.
I don't think a group of people should dictate what you should do with your house. If you're a responsible person, you're going to take care of your property. You don't need people micromanaging your own stuff.
But people, Nick, people cannot be trusted. And that's the point. People cannot be trusted with to their own devices.
You will never
That's
trust
why you
this.
have an
You'll never trust
HOA
this.
that says you can't have a pink house.
But even then, you're tanking your own property value by not taking care of your house. So you're the one missing out on all of this.
Yeah,
you don't
but
need
people
other
don't know
people to
that.
help you.
What you got there, John?
This is good. We've got now the YouTube comments, which are very much on the pro do what you want side versus the tweets, which are very much, in line with, goose stepping Connor.
That makes sense, actually.
So we've got like a war going on between two different
I love this.
factions of our listenership. The YouTube comments versus the
Gregori
Twitters.
says KD is a good little bootlicker.
That's what I mean.
We're doing class warfare on the crossover today.
Uh-huh. This is good stuff.
Yes,
I
it
guess
is.
there kind of is some politics buried in here, isn't there? Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, quite a bit.
Yeah.
Quite a bit. In
Yeah.
fact, Patrick's right there with you. So.
Wow, there it is.
Segregation leads to redlining.
Leads to HOAs.
Leads to
Yeah,
HOAs.
Happer, that's you. That's your lineage
It
right
is
there.
not me
Those are your
or
people.
my lineage. Thank you.
Those are your people.
I mean, for the record, I don't want anything obnoxious in the neighborhood either.
Like a color of a house?
Well, I guess I'm thinking more than.
What about Christmas decorations?
Man, I'll tell you what, man. You find me an HOA that bans decorating your house for Christmas.
I'm in.
That's
where you're
all
moving.
in, baby.
John,
I am all in.
I will run that neighborhood for you, and I will be the president of the HOA. No Christmas lights, period, and no pink houses.
I'll be your Goebbels if that's the case. I'll Connor.
Nick,
Connor is.
make that a drop, please, Nick. Cut that out for us, please. Thank you very much. I will bookmark it for you here, too, in the StreamYard, Nick. Mark created at 2320. Oh,
I will
John
spread the propaganda about Dare Connor. If you can get me an HOA president who can ban Christmas decorations.
Meanwhile, I can't wait to put up Christmas lights this upcoming holiday season. I can't wait.
Sorry.
I've never gotten to do that on a house.
Your
I
HOA
owned that
says
home
you
for 3 months.
You could have volunteered all these different years to come over and do mine.
Oh, I don't want to do yours, John.
Josh-
Well, you're all excited about it. I figured you could have used the practice. You could end up falling to your death.
Don't
I'll
be too
be just
excited,
fine.
Josh. Your HOA is only going to let you put up the white lights.
No. It'll be just fine. By the way, a text from a dearly departed former friend of the station who used to fill in a lot.
Yeah.
Jesus, John.
Yeah, Jesus, John is right.
Yeah.
But thank you for your support.
That's going to make an incredible
Again,
return someday.
There's always a place for
Nick,
it.
make sure when you have that as a return that it is not before a guest that rarely joins the station. I don't need
Do
that.
my
before. Let's bring on Bruce Feldman. John, I'll be your Goebbels. It's unsportsmanlike conduct. Yeah, we don't want that. We don't want that. Obviously, Happy New Year. I mean,
Yeah.
obviously.
I think so.
Obviously.
Happy New Year.
Yeah, I think so.
Hey, Happer, wish everybody a white Christmas.
It's not what I'm dreaming of, Nick. I dream of all sorts of colors. Somebody did ask.
Just
Nice.
not in his neighborhood.
Somebody,
On the houses.
Charles asked, where do I fall on Christmas inflatables?
That's way more annoying than lights.
Yeah, I would, if I was the
Inflatables
HOA.
are trashy, in my opinion. No offense, John.
What?
I think that inflatables are super trashy.
Josh,
They're temporary. Why does it matter?
Because
Are
it's
you-
ugly and tacky.
It's only there for
Ugly.
2 months.
No, it's not that.
months?
Nick, it's not that. It's not how long they're up. I think that they're ugly and it looks just bad.
It's tacky.
Well, then you only have to look at it for a couple months.
Are you inflatable people, John?
A couple months. It's like it's a
We
quarter
got
of the
every
year.
damn Christmas
Yeah, I like
decoration under the
lights.
sun, which is again why I'm voting for Connor.
I'm a lights guy.
I'm a lights
Sorry,
guy.
in this regime, there is no voting. Connor just is.
That's true. Yeah,
That's
yeah,
right. Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
you guys signed up for this. You signed a contract. So
Yeah, that's true.
Incredible.
Happer, do you guys not put lights on your house?
we have a little bush that we put out there, and
Nice.
we throw some lights on that, and that's pretty much it. Yep.
Awesome.
Pretty festive around the house. Now, in the house, there's not one but two Christmas trees. One is the functional Christmas tree that is used, and then the other is just a tree that just sits there. But yeah,
We have a
so
big tree
like
in our yard.
we're pretty festive inside the house. Outside, no, I just don't have the
Yeah.
I don't have the bandwidth for
I
it.
think I want to do it around the big tree in our yard, but it seems like it would A, take a lot of lights, and B, take a lot of time.
I wonder if
do you just move the ladder around the whole tree?
I don't know. I wonder if my child will request that I place Christmas lights on the house in the
Definitely.
coming years. We'll see.
Well, see, it's up to you though. If you raise them in a world where you don't believe in Christmas lights, then hopefully they'll follow suit.
That's true. I can control her brain.
Because it's all about controlling the message, and it starts with the young.
It's like, Daddy, I want a pink house.
Happers,
She'll never say that.
I want you to build
the
me a
same letter.
Happer you.
Happer you.
Oh no, no! This is not comparable.
We don't believe in houses with colors and no Christmas lights.
No Christmas inflatables. Lights are fine.
Lights are fine. No inflatables.
I mean, the inflatables are a lot easier to take care of because you just put them
Yeah,
outside
you
and then
plug
you
it in.
stake them into the ground, and that's it. It's the Christmas lights around the house. You got to get the ladder out and do all of this and the gutter clips and the blah blah blah. And not a fan. Not a fan. It's April 15th, dadgummit. Why are we talking about Christmas?
I have no idea.
This insipid holiday.
I have no idea how this.
And it all started because of someone asking about my sprinklers.
It did.
That's true.
Yeah.
That's true.
And now look at us.
Yeah.
We've devolved.
We've made far too many references to far too many things.
I mean,
We've hit so many unders today. It's not even.
Yeah.
We didn't
the
hit
whole show
any-
is the under.
we didn't hit any over or under yesterday, so I guess the law of
There you go.
averages came into full effect here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think the podcast title for this crossover, Nick, should just be called The Under Hits.
Oh, that's good. I was just going to call it HOAs with Connor Happer.
Yeah, that's good too, though.
The wife reminds me that I don't do anything with the inflatables. That is true.
Oh, she sets it up.
She's
What do you
usually-
do? You do the lights.
I'm doing
You do the lights.
the lights around the house, and sometimes around the trees and the what do they call it, the island in the back and the what?
Island.
Well, you got where you got trees and rocks and
Oh yeah.
one of the
Are you
landscaping
hey,
islands.
John, are you dressing up the Bird Central, Bird Nation in your backyard?
Oh, the
Bird Club.
Yeah.
Well, that's probably going to have to get put away for the winter.
Okay.
You don't want it to freeze and break.
What's this?
He's got a bird.
The bird.
Yes.
You have one of those
cam.
video bird. Oh, those are awesome. We just put
Squirrel
up
cam.
squirrel cam. We just put up our bird feeder the other day. There's been many birds visiting. I
don't
like
get it.
birds. I bird watch.
Yeah, I'm not into birds. My mom loves birds.
Well, it's mostly squirrels. The squirrels are the ones that are doing most of the damage. Not damage, but
We just got a
most of the
clear
stuff.
bird feeder too. It looks like a bird house, but it's a feeder, and it's right on our window. So if a bird pops in, we can just go, "Hello, bird."
Every once in a while, I get because I don't have the app on my phone, but every once in a while, I get the picture of the video.
I remember you tweeted one a few weeks ago.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, now that she's got the little data card in there, you can record video for longer. So we've got. I mean, basically, look for new episodes of Marlon Perkins' Wild Kingdom coming up this summer. 'cause
Oh,
it'll be
you
all
can
my
use your
wife's
Instagram for
videos.
this summer.
Oh yeah, last year was gas mowing. Now it's Bird Town.
Again, that's just another account I got to keep.
No, you just,
No, it's the same account. It's just hashtag Birdtown.
Did you make your first account like at John Bishop Gas Mower or something like that?
I might have.
No, you had it. You had it.
I did have an Instagram.
Yeah, you just never used it. It's like Johnny Bish 71 or something.
Is
like
it?
that.
Yeah. John
No, it's
Bishop
his regular handle, John Bishop.
Instagram.
4 posts. One of them is the stupid Cowboys.
Did I?
Yeah, you did that. Your last one was June 23rd, 2023. Friday night gas mow.
John, you're incredible.
I liked it.
Yeah, bring it back,
Is that-
John.
that's my okay. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I did change
I
that.
like this
Yeah.
one too.
Yeah.
Good stuff.
Oh yeah, and I did take a picture of Slappy, the cowboy mascot.
I miss Gasmo Summer.
Only had 4 posts. Wow.
Yeah, you'll get there.
John, you have
I thought I
almost as
did
many
more than
Instagram follers as I do, and you never post anything on Instagram.
How does that make you feel,
He
Josh?
had a big push.
Oh, it's fine. Yeah, I don't really. I mean, if people want to see pictures of me running and my dog, they should go check out my Instagram. That's all I do over there.
Yeah, it's been a while. Maybe I should do that.
A lot of dogs, a lot of running, a lot of dogs, a lot of running.
Yeah, Schaefer's whole thing was to just put up pictures of his dog, and now it's turned into his child.
Now he's turning. Yeah. He has a kid.
His dog is departed, sadly. Sadly,
R.I.P. to sad.
Very sadly.
It is sad. Thank you. I'm happy you feel that way, Happer.
I do. I like that dog. That's one of my top 5 dogs.
Great dog.
Yeah.
Slider was an awesome dog.
Good dog.
Wow, this got really sad. Thanks a lot, Happer.
Yeah. Let's go back to talking about HOAs. It was a lighter topic.
An impression. Yeah. Great idea. Let's do it.
Brad is reminding you, Nick, that the HOA not wanting a pink house isn't about you devaluing your own house. It's about your neighbors devaluing your neighborhood.
Bing bong.
I don't
That's
care.
The problem. You don't
Save
care
that for
about your
Thursday,
neighbors.
Nick. Save that for Thursday.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Yeah. Matt says there are lawyers in town specializing who sue people for HOAs.
Wow. Wait, which side are they on? They're on the side of the people
he
or the
wrote it kind of
HOA?
oddly. It
Are
says,
you pro
there
HOA?
are lawyers in towns specializing in sue people for HOAs.
Excellent. Great sentence.
I need to know if it's a cool lawyer or a bootlicking lawyer.
I don't know. I guess you'll have to ask.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, just ask. They'll tell you.
Yeah.
I'm cool, they'll say.
How do you feel about pink houses, Mr. Lawyer?
Well, it depends. Is it his house? And does it depend on the shade of pink? What if it's a very subtle shade of pink? Almost like an off-white.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering. Like, how hot is this pink that we're
Yeah.
talking about here?
We're talking like
the
Brett
most
the Hitman Heart pink?
obnoxious kind of pink that you could
I
possibly
can't believe I've never
imagine.
even heard about this house.
I haven't either.
Just swing by it on your way home tonight.
Yeah,
It's cool.
that one's interesting on the corner there at Linden Estates because it's not like it's kind of hidden. They got some trees. It's kind of back a little bit.
So it looks really cool at night because I think they might have pink lights too.
They
like
definitely
yard
have.
lights.
They definitely have like pink lamps.
It looks
yeah.
really cool.
Yeah, it looks not. Very
Everybody
cool.
should do it.
Nobody should do it.
Yeah, but if everybody does it, then it will lose its coolness because then everyone will do it.
Mm-hmm. That's true.
That's true, Nick. What do you have to say about that?
Well, if everybody did that, would you get pissed at people for having a white house? Oh, it's not pink.
Maybe if it was, if
it's the pink house's HOA,
if it was the societal norm to only have pink houses, and then somebody came out of nowhere and had a white house, I'd probably be pissed at the person who had a white house. Yeah, just be normal. That's my request.
It's consistency,
and that is the byline of my HOA, the mission statement. Please be normal.
The mission statement. We have a mission statement. That's good. I got to write this down.
Please be normal. 2025.
By the way, I walked into the studio. Maybe it was late last week, and I noticed that old mission statement from our building is still right outside of our radio station. Remember that? We would begin every meeting with the mission statement.
Oh yeah.
It's still there.
Oh.
Yeah.
I don't remember what it said.
I think we should take that mission statement down and throw it in the trash.
Well, they might just paint seafoam over it.
That's probably what they'll do.
When they repaint the building, do you think they're going to paint over the mural in the lobby too?
Oh, I forgot about the mural in the lobby.
Yeah.
Great question, Nick. Remember
I've
the
heard
mural?
rumors of the painting over the mural.
Oh, it's going to be like what happened.
No!
It's going to be like what happened at the FBI.
At the top of the stairs, didn't they paint over that mural?
Oh,
Did
did
they?
they?
Or not the top of the stairs, but you know how you go
the
down?
landing.
Yeah.
Yeah, did they?
I thought it was still there.
I went up the stairs yesterday, and it's all gone.
No.
Yeah.
Wow. Anti-mural.
Well, that's
because
because our new HOA there in Dundee.
Yeah,
moved
wait,
in
what
and
happens
said,
to the mural over here at the building?
Ain't gonna be no murals here in this new HOA.
Never again.
I like the mural. I'm in support of the mural.
It's a great mural.
Thank you for asking. I like
Well,
the mural.
Enjoy it while it lasts. 'Cause it ain't gonna last for long.
All right. Well, see you.
Well,
in
Ever.
There you
minutes.
go. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
Good work,
indeed.
everybody.
All right, we are live here at the ballpark for round 2 of the I-80 rivalry. It's Nebraska and Creighton tonight. But we got a Grum first on 1620 The Zone.
KOZN. Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO. Don't miss a moment, they'll give you your fix. They're on every day from 2 until 6. Spend your afternoons with John, Josh, and Nick. John, Josh, and Nick. They'll show you what sports talk really is.
Oh, my goodness. Did we finally get a decent day for some baseball?
Seems like it.
It does.
The winds finally died down a little bit.
Enough where it's not going crazy.
Last night was horrible.
Oh, it was
Bad.
brutal.
Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO.
Good to have you with us here on this smack dab in the middle of April now. We are halfway through the month of April. We are in the heart of college baseball season. Tonight it is round 2, Creighton, Nebraska. Jay's trying to continue their dominance over Big Red. Big Red trying to finally get a win. But it'll be curious to see how this one is played out tonight because these two teams have bigger fish to fry. Not that a rivalry isn't a big deal, but right now, if the season ended today, neither team would be playing in their conference tournament. But it's early. But yes, there is bigger fish to fry coming up this weekend.
Charles writes, can the lack of buzz for tonight's game be as simple as people don't want to watch mediocre baseball? Compared to the product that we'll see in Omaha in June, Creighton and Nebraska is bad baseball. True baseball fans would enjoy tonight's game, but the majority of fans that go to the College World Series, they aren't baseball fans. They are CWS fans.
Well, that's always been the case. Now, we have seen in recent years with the influx of the Southeastern Conference teams, they tend to take this ballpark over, particularly in the finals if their team makes it.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, you remember the caravan from Mississippi and Mississippi State and Arkansas, Tennessee last year. But, yeah, especially in the earlier round, sure, you got a lot of folks that aren't necessarily baseball fans. The hardcore baseball fans, I tend to think they're going to watch it no matter what because they're hardcore baseball fans.
For sure.
It is true.
Baseball.
And we've had this subject many, many times over the years, but the decrease in popularity, particularly of this series, when you compare it to, the early 2000s, early to mid 2000s,
There are those
at
games,
Rosenblatt Stadium.
20,000. Like I was at one of those games, 20,000 fans in the building.
You would consider a 10,000 kind of a disappointing crowd.
Oh yeah. What's the biggest one they've had here between these two teams?
The very first one.
The very first one. That's pretty
when
crazy.
they first opened the ballpark.
And that wasn't a great weather night.
No, it was very cold, but it was the attraction was more, hey, it's the brand new ballpark, come see it.
Yeah.
And sure, I believe, and I do believe this in my heart, the change of conferences did not do either of these two baseball programs any favors.
Yeah.
It may have been the right decision for both athletic
certainly monetarily,
departments.
yeah.
For Creighton, certainly it was monetary and prestige.
You can't say no.
For Nebraska,
This is a sport.
It was security.
Well,
and
monetary.
And yes, monetary too. But there was going to be some sacrifice, and one of those sacrifices is that the baseball played in those particular conferences isn't the best kind. I mean, Nebraska was in what I thought to be a very good baseball conference, the Big 12. Creighton, even though it was the Missouri Valley, a lot of schools that took a lot of pride in their baseball. Namely schools like Wichita State, who were still coached by Gene Stevenson at that time, and so there was a lot of pride there. So you had someone to chase, but. Even with UConn coming into the league, it hasn't, done a whole lot for improving the profile of Big East baseball. With the 4 West Coast teams coming in, the hope is that it will have an influx of, obviously there's more talent potential, programs that'll take it seriously. But I tend to think that the Big Ten over time, unless they dramatically change course, are going to drag those teams down to them versus those teams rising every one, because that was the philosophy you had with Nebraska back in 2011 was, hey, Nebraska's going to make all these schools in Iowa and Indiana and Ohio State going to rise up to catch. And
they've been drugged down.
And the profile of Big Ten baseball has improved, but just a very little.
Well, yeah, and I wouldn't give any
little. It's
of
a
that
mid-major.
credit. Yeah.
It's a mid-major college baseball conference.
You wouldn't give any of the credit to Nebraska, though. You
wouldn't.
How many teams from this league have made the College World Series since they've joined? Is it 2? Is it Michigan and Indiana?
Michigan and Indiana.
Indiana was all the way back in year 1?
13.
Yeah,
right?
year 2 then. So you're talking a long, long time ago for those to happen. And as we've seen in every conference realignment move, it is never about baseball, and it will never be about baseball. And so, yeah, you're right. Those programs, especially Nebraska, coming off of the best stretch that the program had ever had, and those days are now so long gone. It seems like it's so long ago.
Yeah. I mean, as a baseball fan and someone who's covered the sport for a long time, I miss those days, and I hope
it was incredible.
I hope at some point that it can come back, but it can be a little difficult. And with the new era of college athletics, we don't know where baseball is going to fall in the pecking order necessarily. I mean, with football driving the bus and college basketball getting a lot of the attention and the rise of, women's sports such as women's basketball and volleyball, a lot of the sports like a baseball can get left behind in certain areas. Certainly it'll continue to thrive in the South and in the SEC, where they have poured a lot of resources into it. They're not going to give up on that. But I am going to be curious to see, once we get deeper down the road on this path of wherever college sports is taking us, what it does to the sport of baseball.
Yeah, for sure.
On that note, let's bring you the Grum Down, presented by the referees at John Higgins Weather Guard. As we mentioned, I-80 Rivalry Round 2. Can the Huskers strike back? Speaking of big spenders, another piece of data I saw last night that I thought was interesting. Mike Farron, man of baseball.
He loves baseball.
Will join us here in just a few minutes. Michael Bruns, Husker 24/7, on tonight's game. Nebraska hopefully isn't riding the sick bus. They have quite the illness that went through the team last week, and we'll find out hopefully if everyone's going to be okay.
Never want to be sick.
For tonight. The NCAA attorneys have filed their response.
Awesome lawyer talk.
Yeah. The roster limits, they want to keep them as is. The judge says, you should grandfather them in. The attorneys say, no, we can't. We'll explain why.
Yep.
Coach Prime sets the bar.
Low.
Oh.
Yeah, we're going to enjoy some Prime Schadenfreude, some Colorado
perfect.
Schadenfreude today.
Are we pooping
that.
on Prime today?
Oh,
yes,
are we bringing it back?
Yes, we are.
Nice.
Steve Sipple of Husker Online will join us in the happy hour.
Oh, nice get, Nick.
The
Thanks.
super hot take market. I'm going to shop in the dog section today.
Dog section.
Yeah. And what does Bill Belichick's girlfriend
Daddy's home.
actually do for North Carolina?
Oh, what a great question.
There's many questions, many topics, many things to discuss. 402-951-1620 is the hotline. You can also text us. You can also hit us up in the J-Tech Instruction Zone Twitter page at USC1620.
Nice.
Or you can email the Grum, John at 1620thezone.com, Josh at 1620thezone.com, Nick at 1620thezone.com. That is the Equitable Bank inbox at Equitable. We take banking personally. Answer the phone on the first ring. Ken says basketball season ticket holders got 2 free tickets for tonight's game. Guessing it will be a decent crowd.
Imagine if all of the, I guess how many season ticket holders does Creighton have? Like 11,000? Is it above 10?
I think so. I don't honestly know that answer.
Everyone showed up. That basically be the whole stadium.
Yeah, I want to say it's in the 12,000 range, probably.
Cool. That'd be fun.
Yeah. Strigori says that the conference is not at fault for Bolt's crew leaving so many runners on base. That is true.
It's not the Big Ten's fault.
I can't. I got to go Bob Costas here. It's not the Big Ten's fault.
Not the Big Ten's fault.
The Nebraska left too many runs on base, so they got the stomach flu last week in Iowa City.
Yeah.
That's
not
true.
the league's fault. It's not the league's fault.
That's true. We can't do that. But it should be, if you have one of those tickets, or maybe you were one of those folks who won them on our Facebook page yesterday.
Oh,
it is a gorgeous day. I mean, there's
about damn time.
There's no clouds in the sky, beautiful blue sky, probably too blue for a house to be painted in Connor's neighborhood.
Oh, yeah.
But a
he'd be
very nice
mad.
blue sky. Light breeze right now. I would say a comfortable breeze.
Well, after yesterday, you were probably driving right home into the teeth of that garbage.
Well, okay, so I didn't realize it was that bad until we got to the basketball banquet last night.
Oh, that's right. You didn't go home until later.
And we were. It was just down the street here.
Yeah.
And get out of the car, and I felt like I was going to be blown back to my car.
Yeah, I walked.
And then I walked the wife in, and she was wearing like a dress. And,
oh no!
And so she was worried about a Marilyn Monroe moment. She was, of course, she likes to curse at the weather anyway, because
nice.
If it's not 95 degrees, she's not happy.
95.
So she was really angry, and I'm like, I don't know where this wind came from. I didn't order this.
Yeah, when I walked Banks, I walked right last night into the wind before we got to turn around, and I was like, this is absolute garbage.
Yeah.
I was like your wife. I was yelling at the sky. I wasn't yelling at God. I was yelling at the sky, but I definitely said the F word a time or two. I was triggered.
Josh, that's a swear.
I'm getting so tired by this wind, man. Like, we've had good weather if it wasn't for the wind, and I know that's very tired to say, but it's been, like, warm except for the wind. Yesterday it was in the 50s, but it felt like it was in the 30s. Like, what are we doing?
I don't know.
Ridiculous, John. Absolutely ridiculous.
I don't know.
Absolutely ridiculous.
I'm not sure.
Yep, absolutely ridiculous.
Well, that's what we got coming up today on the Grum.
Nice. And it all starts with Farron.
And it all starts with Mike Farron. Because, today is an important day. It's Jackie Robinson Day.
Jackie Robinson Day.
Jackie Robinson Day today. So it's the one day a year where people are confused because if they haven't memorized the faces of their ball players, they're like, I don't know who everyone is because they're all wearing the same number.
That's true. That's true. I remember in the later days or the later stages of the Mariano Rivera era, it was always strange with him because
that was his number.
Was he the last
He
player
was the last one
to wear it? He got grandfathered.
In fact, on that note, when Farron joins us, I have a little bit of trivia on all of the players who last wore the number 42 for their team.
Oh, that is fun.
Yeah,
awesome.
And so we'll share some of that. Juan Soto made people angry in New York. The Cubs have suffered an injury, typical.
Oh, no.
And
so they lost last night.
Yeah, we lost last night. Our
Sorry, John.
bullpen went to crap. The Padres are undefeated at home.
Wow.
They haven't lost at home yet.
It's a tough home field advantage, John. People have
been
saying Petco Park for years.
Well, when you walk into the Whales, China, as Ron Burgundy would say, it can be dangerous.
It definitely can.
All of that and a whole lot more. Mike Farron will join us, and hope you can too. Glad to have you with us here on this Tuesday, a beautiful April the 15th on 1620 The Zone.
keeping my car smelling fresh and clean. So when I'm driving, I only trust Febreze car vent clips, featuring 3 distinct intensity settings. Because it's that little touch that sets me apart. I can turn the intensity down for subtle freshness, or I can turn it up for when I want lots of scent. So whether it's set to low, medium, or high, with Febreze,
Mike Farron, Sirius XM MLB Network Radio. Ladies and gentlemen, now singing the Mike Farron Open, it's Mike Stibbs.
Just make sure it sounds sexy, Stibbs.
Lord Almighty, how can you stand Arizona? Your fair skin must be burning down into your absent soul. Mike, 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 we can barely hear you. It sounds to me like you called us from inside a hole. But your phone calls lift me higher, like the ERA of Mark Pryor. Your hair looks like it's on fire. You're Mike Farron. You're just a hunk of burning love.
Radio
You're just
and college
of
baseball
burning
on the worldwide leader in sports.
Nice.
ESPN, ESPN Plus. Back Farron, I think in his new contract, he's got a new show coming up on Disney Plus. So look forward to that.
Andor.
Yeah.
Farron's an Andor.
When I was a kid, I was a big Star Wars fan. Still am. In fact, I found today some sort of video where someone has replaced R2-D2 with Jean-Claude Van Damme in a couple of. You see it? I'll send it to you, John.
This video, please send it to me.
I'm going to send it to you. Yeah, I'll send it to you right now. But so like when I was a kid, I decided that I loved the bounty hunters, right? So like Boba Fett and the rest, because I can't remember their names now. And so I thought bounty hunters car
you don't
wash.
remember Bosk or IG-88?
Yeah,
IG-88, I remember. Yeah. So
yeah.
So I thought bounty hunters car wash was a good way to go. Like I'd created a theme song and everything for it, but.
Oh, wow.
And then I waxed my dad's Ford Maverick and never washed it all.
No.
And that was it. That was it for the Bounty Hunters car wash. Didn't you? Larry Temple and I never really got that thing off the ground.
And man, you know what? You were like 40 years too early because now I don't know what it's like down there in Arizona, but there are car washes everywhere in Omaha.
Well, we have to have them on every corner here. It's dusty. Like that's all we have is dust. We live in a desert. So yeah, there's two car washes. There's a car wash next to a car wash in my neighborhood. Like literally at the same intersection.
I believe it. It's just like that phenomenon of all the Burger Kings building next to McDonald's.
Yeah, for sure.
Where it's just
Mike, I don't know what happened, but a couple of years ago, suddenly everywhere in Omaha, they were building brand new car washes all over the place. You can't throw a rock without hitting one now.
So true. Well, as we mentioned earlier, it is Jackie Robinson Day.
Yes.
And I had a little bit of trivia. Of course, the number 42 is now retired across the entire sport.
Yep.
As you mentioned, Mariano Rivera was the last one to actually wear it. But some trivia. Did you know there is one player who has the distinction of last wearing the number 42 for 3 different franchises?
Oh, no.
Do you know who this person is?
Wore 42 for 3 different franchises. So it would have
he was the last person to wear that number for that franchise.
So they had to be grandfathered in, right, from before because the players who were wearing it was 20 years ago, 22 years ago, or whatever when it was retired, were allowed to keep wearing it. I'm going to guess Mo Vaughn.
Very good.
Nice job there.
Was that it?
Mo Vaughn wore number 42 last for the Red Sox, Angels, and Mets.
Okay.
So he was the last one. There are two other players who have done it twice. Wore the number 42 for the last time for two different franchises. The other, Michael Jackson, not that Michael Jackson.
Oh man, he pitched for forever. Michael Jackson was like, man, he was around for a long time.
Cleveland and Minnesota.
Was he a thriller of a pitcher?
It's the way you make you feel. You
Yeah.
probably needed to get somebody up in the 8th inning behind him.
And Armando Reynoso.
I was not expecting an Armando Reynoso reference today.
He was the last Brave to wear number 42. He was the last Rocky to wear number 42.
Rocktober.
Yeah. And believe it or not, well, let me throw one. There's a local connection.
Okay.
The last Texas Ranger to wear the number 42 is former Husker Mark Sagmon. Back in 1997.
Wow.
Was the last Ranger to wear it. And believe it or not, Jackie Robinson was not the last Dodger to wear number 42. They did not retire his number right away.
What?
Do you know who the last Dodger was to wear number 42?
Oh, jeez. That's a good question. I don't. What year did they retire it?
I will give you a year.
Okay.
This person wore that number in 1969.
Nice.
1969 Dodgers wore that uniform. Ooh, boy, that's a good one. I don't know that I can. Don Sutton? No. I'm going to guess Don Sutton.
It was Ray Lamb.
Oh, well, that's
Ray
like, I mean,
Lamb.
come on. Like, really? Like,
I
you made it
know.
sound like it was somebody we'd heard of.
No, I just thought it was weird that, because apparently, according to the story, I got this from MLB.com, apparently, because they had moved to Los Angeles about a decade or so earlier, they were trying to kind of escape the whole Brooklyn roots. And so, they didn't think about the significance necessarily in that moment. And they didn't retire Jackie's number until 1972.
That's wild.
I think there was a little bit of acrimony between the Dodgers and Robinson at the end of his career because in the winter of 57, they traded him to the Giants and he refused to report.
And he quit, yeah.
And he quit. And so there was a little bit of a period, too, where I don't think that they got along particularly well. I don't think he wanted to make the trip. This is going to be really bad because there's a good chance that I butcher the history on it, but I'm not sure that he wanted to go west. He was heavily involved in politics in New York City and New York State when he retired. And I think he'd kind of built a career and a life there. And
even though that's his home. I mean, he was from the coast.
Yeah. But I think that was the story on it. I can't remember what it was. Either that or he just didn't want to go to the Giants because both teams were moving west at that point anyway. But they had traded.
The understanding I had was that he, being a Dodger, just hated the Giants and didn't want to play.
Yeah, I mean that's probably not what it was, but that was before players could really force it. There is that 10-5 rule, right? Where if you played 10 years in the major leagues and 5 consecutive with the same team, you have no trade rights. And you know where that rule came about from, right?
No.
Ron Santo. So Ron Santo was traded at the end of the 73 season to the Angels and refused to report. And so the Cubs had to pull back on the trade and they traded him to the White Sox. And he spent, I think it was 74 was the year they spent with the White Sox. It was either 74 or 75. But in the next collective bargaining agreement, they negotiated 10-5 rights. So it's a Santo rule.
Okay.
Wow. It's good stuff.
It is. It's great
I'm serious.
stuff
That's good stuff.
Yeah. Good stuff if you're a San Diego Padre playing at home.
Undefeated.
11-0, a run differential of plus 47. And I did not know this. The record to start a season perfect at home is 14-0, and it was just 2 years ago.
By who?
The Rays.
Mm-hmm.
The Rays started 14-0 at home.
It's that tough home field advantage.
Well, it's even tougher now.
Yeah.
But nobody could see the ball at the Trop.
Yeah,
ever.
Not to warrant the too early to tell, but have the Padres set an early bar for National League excellence?
It's too early to tell. No, I think listen, I think they're a good team, and I think that they were a little slept on this winter because they weren't as active as the Dodgers, and they didn't sign the big name like the Diamondbacks did, or the Giants even with Willie Adames. They just have a lot of really good players, and I think there was some question because they filled a lot of those holes late as to how successful they would be. And there are some, they're pretty thin in the rotation. Like they can't withstand injuries with Joe Musgrove out for the year. And they're really like they're doing it right now with Yu Darvish out. So the more wins that they can bank before Darvish comes back is pretty important for them. I don't know if listen, what is it? 11-3 is a pretty good bar to set, or what is it? 13-3, whatever the record is now. It's so early. I don't even know what teams' records are. It's a great start. Like you're banking wins, and they're a good team to begin with, and you're going to need all the ones you can get in that division because it's not going to be easy.
Sticking in that division, Mike, Clayton Kershaw making his first rehab start of the season tomorrow for Oklahoma City. Just 30 innings last year. So what is your expectation for him, or I guess what is the expectation within the league for him over the course of however many weeks before he comes back to the majors?
I don't think it's super high. Certainly not peak. It's certainly not peak Kershaw. I don't think that's what anybody expects. I think the hope is that he can make as many starts as he can. I think everybody wants Kershaw to be able to go out on his own terms, and to be able to have that final say. I've gotten flack for saying it before, but I think you can make the argument that he's the best left-handed pitcher of all time. Like he's certainly in that conversation, and the wins total isn't the same, and the innings total isn't the same as those pitchers from the 70s or before. Warren Spahn threw for 37,000 years or whatever it was. But from a run prevention standpoint, nobody has had a better ERA than Kershaw with more than 1,000 innings as a starter. In fact, the only one with 1,000 innings who's better is Mariano Rivera. And you think about the relatively high offensive era that Kershaw's pitched through for the most part, it's pretty impressive. Listen, like we can talk about how starters don't go as deep into games and all of this stuff, and maybe he's devalued there, but from his job is to prevent runs, and he doesn't get to make the call when he comes out of a game. And from that standpoint, I think he's done a remarkable job. It's 3 Cy Young awards and one of the greatest pitchers of all time. So I hope that he gets a soft landing. I hope he pitches well enough that, we see him all the way through the season. I hope that he's not hurt at all. But I think we also have to be realistic that he's reaching the end of the road here. And, it really sounds like this toe has been bothering him even post-surgery. And, like we've watched what's happening with Max Scherzer, in Toronto, where he's dealing with a thumb issue, which is affecting everything else. And, like Kershaw can't get the toe under control, and you worry about it affecting his delivery and creating cascade injuries for his arm. So I certainly hope that he's okay. I hope the rehab assignment goes smoothly, and I hope we get to see him back soon.
Well, speaking of pitching, the Cubs got bad news this week with the Travis Steele news. He's been shut down, elbow injury. So he is done for the season. What are the Cubs' options right now for shoring up the rotation? Does it wait all the way into the peak of the trade deadline window?
I think so. I think internally you're looking at Jordan Wicks. Javier Assad is going to start a rehab assignment probably in the next couple of weeks. I think they said late April, early May. And then beyond that, there's Cade Horton, who, his first 2 starts, the ERA is really good, but it's also like 7 walks and 12 in the third inning. So, and he really didn't pitch much last year. So, Horton has the best stuff out of anybody in that group. So, and listen, they're thin, right? Ben Brown has looked pretty good lately, but I don't know that we're necessarily convinced that Ben Brown has established himself as a starter. Lance Brzezowski, who's the player development analyst from Marquee, brought up yesterday on a podcast that he was doing that they really only have one starter right now who's projected to be above average, and that's Imanaga. So it's going to be an important thing for them to address over the course of the season as they're pitching. Everybody's going to want to link them to Sandy Alcantara, and that's understandable, right? Alcantara is a former Cy Young Award winner. The Marlins stink. He's under team control for another year plus an option. It's going to be very expensive, and the Cubs certainly have a farm system that could make a deal like that. But unless you're going to way overpay, I don't think that the Marlins are in a position where they want to make that move right now. I think they want to see who the suitors are going to be and get as many of them as involved as possible, because Alcantara is cheap enough that he can get a lot of teams that ordinarily wouldn't be trading for an ace at the deadline involved. So I think there's, I don't think that it's going to be anything that's a quick fix. I don't think that there's going to be anybody other than internal options, but the good news for them is that they've banked a bunch of wins and that they're in a division that should be that even if that spot is a disaster for the next 2 or 3 months, it shouldn't kill their season.
is the art of making the earlier deal. I think back to 1984 when the Cubs were contending and they made the deal with Cleveland and they got Rick Sutcliffe and they got George Frazier. That was in mid-June. But those types of deals just aren't really prevalent anymore.
That's because the waiver trade deadline was June 15th in those days. So that was the trade deadline. Anybody had to clear waivers like they used to have to do in August here over the last 35 or 40 years before they got rid of the waiver trade period. So that was the trade deadline was June 15th. So in fact, like you remember, there's a great, if you look on YouTube and you want to go back in time, Marty Brenneman calling Tom Seaver's no-hitter with the Reds. And Brenneman is talking about the trade deadline the day before. It's like June 16th. And also like it's kind of quaint, right? This is 50 years ago now, but Marty's like, he's like, oh, I didn't even see this in the paper this morning, right? There's a couple of there were trades that he didn't know about. You think about how instantaneous it is now, right?
Yes.
Sometimes we know before they did. So I mean, I think it's difficult to make those trades. I mean, listen, like the Marlins traded Luis Arraez in May last year, right? So it's not impossible. If you're willing to overpay. And I think that listen, I think trading for Sandy Alcantara, if he is something that's certainly worth of overpaying for because he's really good, but he also, he also hasn't pitched. He's just coming back from Tommy John surgery. We haven't really seen him at all. You're going to want to see him work into the seventh inning at least several times before you start serious trade discussions. So yeah, I mean, I think it's like we're way away from that, and we also just don't know who else is going to be available, right? The White Sox are going to be out of it, right? I don't know that they have, like Martin Perez isn't a needle mover, and they probably aren't willing to move some of the young starters they have that are interesting unless you're going to get multiple everyday players back. The Rockies, who knows? Maybe they decide that they finally are willing to trade to rebuild because they are terrible. And Herman Marquez is a pretty damn good pitcher. So is Kyle Freeland, So those are a couple of guys that would be interesting at the deadline that would certainly help a team. They don't have the Q factor that Alcantara does. So we just don't know yet who's going to be available in there. If Houston falls out of it, Framber Valdez is a name because he's a free agent after the season. So I think there's a lot of possibilities. And to answer the text message from Lane, yes, that is a Barrelman hat that I'm wearing.
Mike, is it too early to tell, or are the Royals mid this year?
I mean, everybody in that division is mid. So I don't know that there's, the Tigers were the first in the American League to 10 wins because that's exactly what we all predicted this winter. So I don't, I think they're probably just fine. They weren't a great team last year either, and they made the playoffs and made it to the division series. So I think they're probably fine. They could use more offense for sure. I don't think it's a great offensive team, but I don't think that that's any big surprise, right? It's not a surprise to them. They were looking for corner outfield bats all winter, trying to figure out how to trade for or sign. They made an offer to Anthony Santander. They wanted him. The Royals know what they need, which is more offense. And I would assume that at the deadline, they'll address that if they're in the mix. And I think based on the nature of that division, that they'll be within spitting distance of the front.
Everyone wave at Lane Grindle, who is listening in the
Hi,
stream.
Lane.
Hello, Lane. How you
buddy?
doing?
I met Lane at a party at Kugler's house one time. That's how I met Lane.
I'm sure it was memorable for him, too.
Before we kicked you out.
Yeah. I don't get invited to the parties anymore.
Hey, what did you make of Juan Soto's comments in the Post? Apparently got New York fired up. Wouldn't be a baseball season without a New York controversy of some kind. He was lamenting the fact he doesn't have Aaron Judge batting behind him in the lineup anymore. And
he wasn't lamenting. He was honestly answering a question. I mean, of course, that's
what I thought. I'm curious what you think.
No, it's going to get blown out of proportion in New York because I don't know if you know this, but they have a tendency to blow things out of proportion there. I know.
They're such level-headed people there.
So Mike Puma, who was the reporter for the New York Post, asked Soto, I thought, a really interesting question, and Soto gave a thoughtful answer on it. It was like, have you noticed a difference in the way you're pitched to without Aaron Judge behind you? And he said, yeah, I'm seeing fewer pitches in the strike zone. And, which I get because I had the best hitter in the world behind me. And I don't know that you can, listen, if we're just going by batting average, I don't know that Aaron Judge is the best hitter in the world, but he's pretty close. Been in the mix for the Triple Crown a couple of times. He's certainly the best power hitter in the American League. That's pretty dynamic player. I mean, he's gonna be the captain of Team USA for the WBC. He's one of the most famous players on the planet. So I don't think there was anything that he said that was untowards. In fact, what I was more interested in was Soto right, and he is seeing fewer pitches in the strike zone right now.
Yeah.
And that's in spite of the fact that Pete Alonso is hotter than hot. Like, he's just on fire right now. So I don't think that there's, like, they can make all they want to about it in New York, but, like, come on, like, let's call a fish a fish. Aaron Judge is better than Pete Alonso. Like, that shouldn't be a shock. Pete Alonso knows that Aaron Judge is better than him. So, like, what's the issue?
I thought it was your turn.
I was wondering.
Oh, I thought it was your turn.
Wow, Josh is already out of topics. I can't believe this. You know.
All right, did you want to ask me about spring football again?
Yeah.
I can. You got any Bears takes? I saw Caleb Williams said his next goal is to win the Super Bowl. Shouldn't they try for the playoffs first, Mike?
I mean, like 7 wins would be awesome.
Right? There you go. So there's a question for him.
It's about the Bears.
It's 3:11. I thought we were past time for a break.
You're just waiting to get this over with.
No.
Just here. I was going to ask
They'll
about
get the guy tickets just one, and all of a sudden he's been like, can't wait to kick my stuff.
I was going to ask a Cubs question, but then John wouldn't shut up about him. So, he stepped on my turf. He's been way too high on the Cubs this year, Mike. I'm a little. All the Cubs people are tweeting and. Yeah, I know. They lost last night, though.
I don't know if you know this, but we spanked the crap out of the Dodgers.
Congrats on regular season success, John. That's got to be
we
fun.
played one of the toughest schedules in Major League Baseball.
Yeah, have you?
And we have a winning record.
It's too early to tell.
What are your numbers, John, again this year?
What are my numbers?
I've seen John on
I have
this
not
one.
given up an earned run this year.
Wow.
Not giving up an earned run this
Also
year.
haven't gotten a hit.
Well, that's
Win
true
some,
too.
you lose some.
That's true. I can't be perfect.
Yeah.
I can't be perfect. I was going to ask about the big controversy. I don't know if you saw this, Josh.
Yeah.
But
Josh loves a big controversy. Did you see how excited he got? Yeah. Controversy? I'm here for
great
it.
is usually. Are we getting into chop type?
No.
Okay.
But the Braves sideline reporter, Wiley
Yes,
Ballard,
I saw. I have not watched the video, but I saw the story.
was interviewing these 2 attractive women who were sitting up in the Rogers Center. They were some private seats or something in the upper deck, whatever.
Sure.
And one thing led to another, and he got
He asked for
cajoled.
their number.
Well, yeah, he got urged by his broadcast partners to get get the girl's
So
number.
did he get in trouble?
And he later posted the picture from Goodwill Hunting.
You like them apples?
That you like them apples scene.
Yeah.
And some people are fired up about this, saying, well, if that had been a female reporter and it had been the other way around, might have been some folks very, very unhappy. So I'm
Mike,
curious.
do you want to chime in?
Curious, Mike, what you thought about.
I mean, I think both things can be true, right? I think the women who posted that are absolutely right. I think that we would have treated women probably different than that and unfairly. So I have a significant amount of bias in this, and that I've known Wiley for years. And I think he's a really, in my estimation, he's a really good person. And the way I saw it was somebody caught him on the ISO. Like, I'm sure he was walking by on the suite on whatever level he was on, and a producer caught him and like fed it to one of the analysts or the play-by-play announcer and said, hey, Wiley stopped to talk to these girls because they were probably like, are you on TV? That could have been, which happens a lot, right, to people. And so he stopped talking. Yes. And then all of a sudden it turned into a bit. And he's like, Wiley has been really good at playing along with stuff. My big concern out of this is actually for him, because I think, like I said, he's a good person. I think he's a really talented broadcaster. He's actually, he's Georgia Tech's play-by-play guy on radio for a long time. I think he's a tremendous play-by-play announcer, in addition to being, loving baseball and having worked his way up from like the lowest levels. And he's really a beloved guy. So my bigger concern is that this is something that's going to, and again, I am willing to admit my bias in this because it's somebody I care about. So I'm more worried about him right now and how he's perceived, because I think he's a really good person and broadcaster, and I think it was something that was meant to be innocuous, and and it ended up turning into something more than that. And that's kind of, listen, like we all make mistakes and we all do things that we think are funny. And sometimes we don't always think how other people are going to react. And so like we can make mistakes, or we can, and maybe it's not a mistake, maybe it was, but either way, I think it's, it certainly has gotten a variety of opinions. Let's put it that way.
Right. I couldn't agree more. I think there's room for, having both sides with a good point. I saw Chris Budden, one of your colleagues at ESPN, who's worked many a sideline, and done a lot of those things, who said, hey, listen, if this had been a woman reporter done it, they would have probably fired her in the next 10 minutes. And there's probably some truth to that.
Yes.
That there is a double standard that does exist. At the same time, as I watched the segment or saw, what I saw of it, it was like, well, it was just kind of one of those stupid, innocent things. You're looking for fun things to talk about during a broadcast, one out of 162 broadcasts. And I don't think there was any malicious intent involved.
I don't think so either. But I mean, and I think part of it too is that there's the context of that, like when Wiley, he started filling in as a sideline reporter a year ago, and they had him doing goofy stuff, and he's kind of like, yeah, sure, he's not going to say no to do something that's fun or funny. And so I think when he was getting egged on by like, hey, you should, I don't know that it was his idea, that it kept going from there. So I don't think Chris is wrong. Chris Budden is one of the broadcasters that I have the most respect for. I think she's brilliant. And she's, speaking of outstanding human beings, I mean, she's one of the best that you'll ever meet. And she's one of the best at what she does. And she's right. There's a double standard. And maybe what it should do is it should draw attention to the double standard that, there is an element of boys will be boys to this that I think could make some people uncomfortable. And I certainly get that as well.
Well, there was an episode at the Final Four where a young female college reporter who was covering the Florida Gators did like a selfie video at the end of the game when Florida won. And she wasn't like going crazy, but you could see excitement and enthusiasm on her face, and people were slamming her online saying, oh, you can't be cheering in press row and all this other stuff. It was like, really, what are we talking about here?
I do agree that you can't be cheering on press row, and you
right, but this wasn't the kind of cheering you would. I mean, this wasn't like rah rah.
Wasn't she basically just like smiling?
Yes,
or something, right?
Yeah, it was a very kind of a subtle celebration. In my opinion.
So I mean, again, like that's a good example. Unfortunately, there are different standards that are put to the women who are in broadcasting, and we know a lot of them. We know a lot of them are very good, are held to a much higher standard in sports, and are criticized unfairly, I think, a lot of the time because they are women, and because it is still, even though it's been 30 years since Pam Ward started regularly doing football on ESPN, right? Close to it, 25. That
been that long?
I mean, it's been a long time. I mean, Pam was early 2000s at least, right?
Well, there was who was the first female NFL announcer? Was it Gail Gardner? That wasn't Gail.
Gail Gardner did a Rockies game, I think. I knew Gail in Chicago. It still feels like there are people that don't think that women can be sports fans, and that's a load of crap. Like, I'm a sports fan because my mom and my grandmother were sports fans. Like, that's where it comes from my family, is that my dad couldn't give a rat's patootie about sports.
Both my grandmothers.
Sioux City. Like, why would are they even allowed to have sports in Northwest Iowa?
Both my grandmothers would yell at the radio if the Huskers did something wrong.
Really?
And both my grandfathers were like, one would go hunting, the other one would go out and do some stuff out in the wood.
Getting ready for the dark ages of Husker football later on. Yeah.
Well, yeah.
So I mean, I think all of it. Maybe if it brings to light some of that too, I think that's a positive in the end. But I don't know how they plan to address it. I haven't, and to be honest, I haven't talked to Wiley today about it. But I mean, because I know him and because he's a pretty sweet guy, I thought it was like one of those moments where it was like, they were kind of, I'm sure that he's around a lot of married guys and they're teasing him about being single, and stuff like that. And so, that happens. But again, like to every woman who's made the point on it, they're 100% right. Yeah. Women would be treated differently in that situation. And it is not fair to them that they would be.
Mike Farron, SiriusXM MLB Radio. Mike, enjoy it. Thanks. And we'll talk to you next week.
All right. Sounds good. See you then.
Bye, Mike.
There he goes, Mike Farron of SiriusXM MLB Network Radio. When we come back, more from the ballpark, and we have Michael Bruntz coming Bruntz coming up. We'll preview tonight's game between Nebraska and Creighton. Hopefully the Huskers have some healthy players. Not worried about arm injuries.
Never want to be sick.
Worrying about the bad feelings in the tum-tum.
Yeah, you don't want to have
weird
that
stomach flu that's been going around. But first, speaking of those college athletes, the way that most schools are now recruiting and retaining those college athletes is through NIL. And On the Line partners with all three major Division I institutions in this state. That would be the two on this field tonight and the Omaha Mavericks. They partner with all of them and their collectives. And here's how it works. For those of us who have a smaller budget but want to do it, you want to donate to the NIL in a more fun, engaging way, this is how On the Line helps. Visit athleticsontheline.com, pick that favorite school, pick that sport, and then pick a measurable metric. A lot of folks just go for either points or runs scored or wins. And you attach a dollar figure to that amount, and for every time that metric hits, that becomes your donation to your favorite team's NIL. And you can set a budget so that if your team overachieves, you're not going to be left holding the bag. So find out more by visiting athleticsontheline.com. Omaha-based company partnering with all three major Division I institutions. So whether you're a Husker, a Blue Jay, or a Maverick, you can help your team succeed by visiting athleticsontheline.com. Again, that is athleticsontheline.com.
doing? Johnny, it looks like you're hiding in a tent.
I am. I'm hiding in a tent. I was handing Connor Happer some stick pins. We're back in our old school radio booth tonight, and they've stolen all of our stick pins.
Why does this always happen? You guys do such a great job.
It's those doggone SEC radio announcers always hoarding the stick pins.
Unreal.
They're never here when you need them.
Unreal.
I don't get it. I don't understand why. Saw this yesterday.
Yeah.
But all the talk, of course, about what Creighton has done so far in the college basketball transfer portal.
Mm-hmm.
Evan Miyakawa, one of the many analytics folks out there.
It always reminds me of John Niatawa, but it's not John.
But it's Evan Miyakawa.
It's Evan.
So, according to his estimates, the college basketball programs that have estimated to have spent the most NIL money on incoming transfers so far. Now, he's using ballpark numbers using the front office suite at his own website. This is based on what every player should theoretically be worth in NIL, accounting for current market rules.
Okay.
I'd like to know what these current market rules are, but we're going to go with his analysis. Michigan, $8.8 million. Kentucky, 7.6. Maryland, 7.1. Miami, 7.1. Iowa.
Who are they spending it on? All their players are leaving.
Well, they're spending it on people coming in. 6.6.
Okay.
Virginia, 6.2 million. Washington, 5.9 million. And coming in at number 8, the Creighton Blue Jays, $5.6 million. According to Evan Miyakawa, the estimates on what the Jays have spent so far in the transfer portal. Now, some might be asking, well, wait a minute. We're talking about the rev share and,
John, the rev share.
And who's going to be able to afford this? A lot of this is the front loading that is going on right now of the traditional NIL collectives.
Mm-hmm.
They're trying to front load these contracts because once the settlement becomes approved, that's when the collectives now are subject to the $600 rule, which is if you make $600 or more from a third party, it is supposed to go to the accounting firm.
Yeah.
And they're supposed to merit if that is truly the market value. So right now, the traditional NIL collectives are saying, okay, we got to front load these contracts, take care of it right now before the cap, I'm using air quotes, kicks in, the $600 cap.
And when is that going to kick in? When is all this stuff going down? Remember?
At some point, very soon.
And I know we got to go to break and talk to Bruns, but the lead up to last Monday was all like, they're getting it done. They got to get it done. They got to get it done. And now we're not a week and a half. But
well, I think that was a little premature reporting because all last week was meant to be a hearing. And we'll have it a little bit later on when it comes to the roster limits. But the attorneys for the NCAA and the power conferences have submitted their response. And now we're waiting from the response from the other side to what the judge had to say. So, we're getting closer.
Yeah.
We just haven't established it quite yet.
Yeah, for sure.
But interesting. $5.6 million, according to Evan Miyakawa, is what Creighton has spent so far on its haul, which
wouldn't surprise me if the number is anywhere near there. Right?
It depends on the site you're looking at. Creighton has as a top 10 transfer incoming.
And some have them at number 1.
I saw that, but I think it has changed now because I think
really
Michigan has been a very busy body here lately.
Understandable.
Connor Stallions has been doing that. Oh, I'm sorry. That's the wrong sport.
Wrong sport, John.
But don't leave it beyond Michigan. They're probably cheating.
They're good people, John. I've been telling you for years. Good, hardworking people.
Well, we're going to have good, hardworking people on this field tonight.
Yeah, we are.
Nice.
We are.
Well, we just don't know the number for Nebraska.
Well, we're going to find – we'll find out a little bit more about what Nebraska's health status is coming into tonight's second game of the I-80 rivalry.
Yep.
Creighton's already out there going through its pregame stretching. Nebraska hasn't arrived yet, but they'll be here.
Maybe they chickened out, John.
No, they did not chicken out.
Bark.
They might have gotten sick.
Dude, Banks the other day, he was eating rabbit poop in the yard, ended up throwing it up. That's why you don't eat it. Stop eating it, Banks. He suddenly sat down in our backyard, and I'm like, that's weird. He never does that. But then he always dry heaves before he throws up, and then sure enough threw up. I'm like, don't you learn? There is causation that is happening here, Banks. And he just doesn't understand. He's a dog.
I've never seen Wrigley eat rabbit poop.
Really?
No.
Banks loves rabbit poop. It's his favorite thing.
the caviar
If we do
for dogs.
the power rankings of things Banks likes to eat, I mean, it might be number one.
Oh my God!
No, you know what? If I held up a piece of popcorn and he was eating, he would immediately come running.
Isn't there something though about what rabbits eat that
It must be.
it just
just
makes their
loves
it just makes just finger licking good rabbit poop? Well, paw licking good.
Come on, Banks.
Michael Brunts. If that doesn't make you sick, who knows what will? Michael Brunts joins us next, live from the ballpark, 1620 The Zone.
Here's a story of a man named Bruntsy who covers Husker sports, boys and girls, like football and basketball, even weightlifting, like front squats and curls. Then one day, good old Bruntsy called a talk show, and acting on what they thought was a hunch, John and Josh wanted to start a family. And now we get to talk to Michael Brunts. It's Michael Brunts. Michael Brunts. Now we get to talk to Michael Brunts.
Of Husker 24/7, who joins us as he does every Tuesday. Bruntsy, welcome via the phone inside Charles Schwab Field.
How's it going?
Good. Oh, you sound like you're on the way.
I'm currently navigating the 65 and 75 mile an hour changes here on the outskirts of Lincoln, making sure I'm following the speed limits as I come up there. Yes, that's true.
That's good. Good practicing safe driving.
Always like to be safe.
Now, I don't know if you have seen or if you are familiar with the Nebraska Caravan. Are they all coming in one bus? Or are we having to go in separate vehicles again due to the illness that has gone through this team?
Well, I think they could leave. They could probably leave some people at home if they had to. The problem is when, you get guys playing on Saturday, and then the stomach bug kind of rips through everybody like the Oklahoma drill. So we'll see who shows up. But that was something they were dealing with during the Iowa series. I mean, they left a number of guys that they probably would have used in that series at home, and then 4 or 5 guys I think were left back at the team hotel for Sunday's game and had to find their own way back. So it's been a hairy weekend over there.
It's been a hairy season over there as well, Bruns. What John and I discussed yesterday, the likelihood, or I guess we've talked about it a lot over the last few weeks, right? The likelihood of this team making it to their conference tournament at large berth. I know there's been a lot of discussion about that over the last few days as well. Like when you try to kind of boil everything down right now, at large conversation, Big Ten tournament conversation, where do you find yourself at this moment in time?
Oh, it's kind of like you gotta get to the Big Ten tournament first. I mean, I think you need to run up some wins, and actually right now Nebraska still is getting the benefit of the ranked wins that they have so far this season. I mean, you look at RPIs. I mean, Nebraska ended that series with Iowa. I want to say it was like 14 or 15 spots ahead of where Iowa was in the RPI. I think you just got to worry about Omaha first, and then maybe the RPI conversation kind of takes care of itself, and whatever at large. Even if they're able to kind of go on a run here with the at large stuff, because the metrics are going to look a little weird. Probably make a run at the tournament anyways. So you just got to get to Omaha first, and this coming weekend they've got Northwestern, and that's kind of the start of the back half of the schedule where it's all against teams that are kind of in Nebraska's neighborhood record-wise in the conference right now. So there's the possibility that they could go on a run here, but you're just going to have to at some point play some consistent baseball, and that's really eluded them so far this year.
The Huskers are scheduled to start Ryan Harrahill tonight. He started last week against Kansas. Creighton is going with Shea Went. The Unsportsmanlike Conduct Sportsbook, Casino, and Duck Fat Rendering Facility has set the line for pitchers used tonight at 14.5. And here's the thought behind it. The thought behind it is, well, we're not sure what Nebraska is going to have in terms of healthy arms. And they of the two teams have been more liberal in the use of their pitchers in this series. Nebraska has used 8 pitchers in 3 of the last 4 games. But Creighton is starting their weekend conference series, a big one against first place St. John's on Thursday. So they have one less day of rest before that series starts. So it could be the John E. Whole Staff Invitational tonight. So 14.5 is where we're setting the number right now, Brunsey. Do you like the over or the under?
That even feels a little low to me. I mean,
wow.
I could see a situation where I don't know that Nebraska is going to use 10 like they did at Kansas last week, but I think they're going to get close to that. So I think depending on what Creighton does, and if he gets the thing you have to account for that we've had through the last couple of years of this line is the mid-count Rod Childress pitching change, which kind of that can really throw things for a loop there. So I think 14.5 is a good line. It feels a little low, so I'm going to take the overs in this one.
All right, overs it is at 14.5. You can, of course, place your bets. Josh will guarantee and cover all of your bets.
Yeah, for sure.
In beautiful downtown Irvington. Nebraska's hit 14 home runs in their last 10 games. Been a lot of solo shots, though, mixed in. Has this offense kind of become boom or bust at this point of the season?
Yeah, I mean, they found some power, which they didn't have over the first third of the season. I think part of it is they've, for the most part, been able to settle on a consistent starting lineup, which I think has helped guys. I think the approach has been a little bit different at the plate. I think you've seen Will Bolt on with the offense than he was during the first third of the season. And, you're just kind of starting to see some guys just, not press so much. I mean, Max Butenbach is still hitting the cover off the ball. And, he was hovering around 200 for a good part of the first month of the season. Wasn't even the starting lineup regularly. Tyler Stone's starting to swing a little bit. Josh Overbeek hit a couple home runs at Iowa. So, you just got to have to, they've had the most success when they put the ball in play with consistency, and the strikeouts have been an issue, but they just got to get a little bit more traffic on the bases and hope that those guys continue to hit with some pop, because, that's when you start hitting and slugging a little bit, that kind of covers up a shaky bullpen and, shaky starting pitching like they've had at times. So they'd like that to continue, but I think I wouldn't say it's boom or bust, but I think it's at least a positive development that they're probably hitting the ball out of the park, because they were really struggling to do that before.
Hey, Bruns, switching to football, there's, for a variety of reasons, been a ton of talk over the last few days about the portal nationally, but Rule has been asked about it as well at multiple points. What do you think he is expecting from other programs in terms of trying to poach his roster when spring ball comes to an end? What do you think they are doing as they try to batten down the hatches and keep the players that they want for the 2025 roster intact?
Yeah, I would hope that if there's players that they're worried about, that those conversations have already taken place, you got to kind of get things lined up. I think everybody with the settlement and, just the uncertainty now, I would hope that people would have seen that they would have needed to have been proactive with their current roster. I do think that in the spring, and this was the case last year somewhat, but there's desperate teams that are going to overpay. So there's maybe the attraction of guys to kind of hop in the portal and see what they can do this time around. But I don't know. I might be way off base here, but at least for Nebraska, for the most part, I think I'm expecting a relatively quiet portal cycle here. The portal closes pretty before the end of spring ball. So that's something else that I think Nebraska's kind of got working in its favor. But, I don't know. From talking to guys the last couple of weeks, there's a lot of guys who are hyper-focused on the coming season, or at least they say they are. So I'm sure you'll have a few guys leave, but I don't know. And I don't know how active Nebraska is going to be either. I think there's a few positions where you would at least browse what's out there, but I think when you kind of go down the list, I don't know that there's one position I would say that Nebraska is in desperate need of somebody, from this cycle.
Michael Bruns, Husker 24/7, en route.
Nice.
To Charles Schwab Field here in Omaha. Brunsy, you'll be happy to know it's beautiful and it's not very windy.
Oh, it's nice.
So we should have a gorgeous night for baseball. Hopefully it will take us back to those warm spring nights back at Rosenblatt Stadium.
Nice. I would like that. Let's hope for some pitching changes in this so those overs hit.
Yes, definitely going for the overs again. 14.5 is the number that we're setting tonight.
Keep an eye on it.
I was way too low last time. Way too low.
Thanks, Bruns.
Yep. See you guys.
Michael Bruns of Husker247.com. Coming up next, yes, more on the NIL today, but Coach Prime has decided to lower the bar, and we're going to enjoy some Prime Schadenfreude. Actually, it's more Shadur Schadenfreude coming up here on the Grum today.
Is it time for some football talk? Nick, we get to play the Open that you hate, but I love.
Well, no, I thought we were going to do the Poop on Prime Open.
Oh, we're doing the Poop on Prime Open.
No, I think we'll do the
football topic.
It's the
football topic.
It's the Jacob.
Yeah.
Okay.
Wow, now Nick is disappointed.
No, it's fine. It's fine. We can do whatever.
Speaking of fine, Aaron tweets in, besides the shaky pen and shaky starters and the shaky hitting, they are just a few things away from making a run. Yeah, outside of that, Nebraska's great, John. Outside of being shaky, and shaky. Other than that, Mrs. Lincoln, how was the play?
It's funny you mentioned that because it was 2 days ago was the anniversary of the Abe Lincoln assassination.
Yeah, we talked about it last week when you were gone, didn't we, Nick? We talked about Mr. Booth.
I think we talked about it yesterday, didn't we?
Well, I did. I mentioned it yesterday, but
Oh.
did you ever see the AP story
from the assassination?
Yes.
No.
Tell me what's wrong with the lead in this story.
Oh, no.
Washington, April 14th, 1865. President Lincoln and wife visited Ford's Theater this evening for the purpose of witnessing the performance of The American Cousin. It was announced in the papers that General Grant would also be present, but that gentleman took the late train of cars for New Jersey.
Oh.
Keep in mind, this is the story about the assassination of the president. The theater was densely crowded, and everyone seemed delighted with the scene before them. During the third act, and while there was a temporary pause for one of the actors to enter, a sharp report of a pistol was heard, which merely attracted attention, but suggested nothing serious until a man rushed to the front of the president's box, waving a long dagger in his right hand, exclaiming, "Sic temper tyrannis," and immediately leapt from the box, which was in the second tier, to the stage beneath.
What happened?
And ran across to the opposite
What
side.
happened?
Made his escape amid the bewilderment of the audience from the rear of the theater and mounted a horse and fled. Third paragraph.
Yeah, have we gotten there yet?
The groans of Mrs. Lincoln first disclosed that
Groans?
the fact that the president had been shot. When all present rose to their feet, rushing towards the stage, many exclaiming, "Hang him, hang him." The excitement was of the wildest possible description.
Gee, so it took that long. Also, I thought you were going to say it's that they called her the president's wife in the first line.
Well, that's
Couldn't give her a name?
Yeah.
Couldn't give her Mary Todd?
President Lincoln and wife.
Wow.
Yeah.
They really wanted you to go through the article. They needed the ad revenue. So
They
they
did,
wanted
yeah.
you to read all the way through.
What do they call it, Nick? The SEO. They had to make
Yeah.
sure that everything was good there. You keep reading,
Here's the
keep
final
reading.
paragraph.
Yeah, okay.
Not the whole story, but
Yeah.
the final one I have.
Yeah.
There was a rush towards the president's box when cries were heard, "Stand back and give him air." Has anyone stimulants?
Get Lincoln some Coke.
On a hasty examination, it was found that the president had been shot through the head above and back of the temporal bone, and that some of the brain was oozing out.
Oh.
He was removed to a private house opposite the theater, and the Surgeon General of the Army and other surgeons were sent to attend to his condition.
Wow.
And then they put his dead body on a train for the next year and a half all across the country.
It had to be so stinky.
Yeah.
R.I.P. Also, I am blown away. No pun intended.
Wow.
I'm stunned that it
So
took that
is
long.
he.
That it took that long to get to the news. What was the headline for that story? Wild night at play. And you're like, oh, I wonder what happened. What? The president was assassinated?
Josh, they had to set the scene. They had to put you in the seats as if you were at Ford Theater.
Those newspaper writers back then. Basic Daniel, 1865 AP was all about clicks.
Yes, it was about the clicks, and that's why President Lincoln was the first president to file the term fake news.
He banned them before Trump did. He said, AP, you're done here. And they said, fine, we'll put your assassination in the third graph. How you like that, Lincoln?
All right, we'll be back to more at Charles Schwab Field right after this on 1620 The Zone. But first, a word from my friends at Your Home Improvement Company, where right now they are going through one of their biggest deals. In fact, it is their biggest deal of the year, and it only happens once. So here's how you take advantage, because if you're looking to upgrade your bathroom, this is your opportunity. You can save up to 30% off a bathroom remodel, plus an additional 10% off, and a free shower pan or bathtub. So you can turn that bathroom into whatever your imagination and their creativity allows. Plus, there's great financing, 0 down, 0 interest, and 0 payments for 12 months. So you can wait till next year. So call Your Home Improvement Company today, 402-764-1720. I don't know why I said the number that way. 402-764-1720 to schedule that free in-home consultation. It's their biggest sale of the year, so don't miss out. Let me repeat. Save up to 30% off a bathroom remodel, plus an additional 10% off, and throwing in a free shower pan or bathtub. Call 402-764-1720. 402-764-1720. You're going to love the difference with your home improvement company. Visit YHIC.com and find out more. Trust me, YHIC will exceed your expectations and make your home better. Don't wait. Save up to 30% off a bathroom remodel, plus an additional 10% off, and a free shower pan or bathtub, and get zero down, zero interest, and zero payments for 12 months. Call today, 402-764-1720, and love the difference.
I don't know how far he went, so I'm just going to back out of it without saying anything that would ruin our relationship.
Everything's football brand. We're sitting here in Omaha, Nebraska, talking about college basketball. And there are people employed by your radio station that have been itching to talk about spring practice the last 2 weeks because they think that that's relevant and that's what needs to be talked about in the month of March. Dude, it's football season. It's March. Crimea River. Like, yeah, it's a football conference. Yeah, it's football. They care. Football. Give me all the Kool-Aid for sure. My apologies.
Great open, Nick.
It's
Thank
the
you.
Jacob Bigelow Memorial Offseason Football topic of the day.
Nice.
And the reason why Nick wanted to play the Poops on Prime Open is because today's features the University of Colorado. You know, they're still doing, I think, a spring game of some kind.
Yeah, remember they wanted to play Syracuse.
They wanted to play Syracuse.
But the NCAA said you're not allowed.
But this is not about some meaningless soap scrimmage in Boulder, Colorado.
What's it about?
This is about the ceremony they plan to have before the soap scrimmage. Colorado announced yesterday that they are retiring the jersey numbers of Travis Hunter.
Yes.
Did your
Number
brain
12.
stop?
I almost forgot his last name. Travis Hunter, who won the Heisman Trophy. And Shedeur Sanders. You know Shedeur Sanders from such hits as, I played 2 seasons at Colorado.
Well, both of them did.
Well, Hunter at least won a Heisman Trophy.
That's true. That's true.
What did Shedeur win?
I mean, 8 games.
Wow, really?
I mean, that's the same amount of games that Travis won.
Josh, have you considered
Nick?
nepotism?
Well,
is it Dion? Who's doing this? Do we know who's doing this?
It feels like a
this?
Dion thing.
I'm sure Dion is at the center of this somehow.
Mm-hmm.
But needless to say, there is a lot of prime Schadenfreude, a lot of Colorado Schadenfreude out there.
A lot of pooping on Prime.
A lot of pooping on Prime and Shedeur especially. The Barstool account for Colorado State. 13-12 record, fire emoji. 0 conference championships, fire emoji. 93 YouTube videos, fire emoji. Well deserved.
The 93 YouTube videos is super funny. Well played.
Another tweet says, don't you usually have to achieve something to get your number retired? For number 2, retired for assisting the other retired number win their Heisman. Another tweet asks, what about Shiloh?
What about Shiloh?
What about Shiloh?
His broken arm and everything.
Another tweet, for what? A 4-8 season and a blowout Alamo Bowl loss? Legendary. Robert says, this is insane. The hype they drove was very fun, but a career record 1 game above 500 and getting your jersey retired is about as gimmicky as it gets. Go to CU if you want average as the new excellence, I guess.
So I'll say this. I actually don't hate this idea in theory. In theory, I don't hate it if it's like the beginning of a new era of college football at Colorado. But I will say this, and Daniel points this out. Has anyone gotten a comment from Cordell? You know Cordell Stewart.
Yeah.
On this. He's been a Prime supporter, but it's a huge flat slap in the face to him. So is Cordell's number not retired?
Well, it's a good thing you mentioned that because Darren Cheverini, former Colorado Buffalo, had a pretty lengthy tweet
that's he pays for the check mark so he can tweet longer.
But it basically says, I saw the news today, and he says, I believe strongly there should be a cooling off period, the same as with the Hall of Fame in the NFL, so that decisions are not made out of emotion.
Sure.
The University of Colorado Buffaloes have a storied history of Big 8 and Big 12 championship teams and players to go along with a national championship. Multiple bowl-winning teams with great players from each era. Players such as Darian Hagan, Alfred Williams, Deion Figures, Chris Hudson, Eric Bieniemy, Matt Russell, Joe Garton, Chris Nioli, Michael Westbrook, Daniel Graham, Cordell Stewart, Brian Stoltenberg, Christian Fourier, Chad Brown, and the other countless great Colorado players. By the way, none of them have their jersey retired. Now, Rashawn Salam does.
Is that Chad Brown or Chris Brown? Did you mean Chris Brown?
Did I say?
No, he said Chad, but I think he meant either way. Continue.
Yeah. No, Chad Brown. There was a Chad Brown in
my
Colorado.
My bad.
Very good player, linebacker back in the day. Anyway, Rashawn Salam did get his jersey retired, but not until 2017.
Yeah,
which was 25 years after he played. And this is the proper thing. This is the proper thing because there is no way that Shedeur Sanders deserves to have his jersey retired.
Yeah, obviously, I don't think anyone
if you have any standards at all in your program.
Yeah, obviously, no one is going to have an issue with Travis Hunter, right? Like, what he did this last year is going to be something that we will...
And he did win the Heisman.
And he won the Heisman. And we're not going to forget, he did something that I had never seen before. That's the stuff of 40s and 50s college football when guys were able to do what he did on both sides of the ball. To that level and to that skill. But yeah, I mean, when you have the list of all of those guys, players from their championship or pre or post championship era that helped make Colorado, that's when it's like, yikes. It would it would be. I'm trying to think of a Husker equivalent. Nebraska.
You know what the Husker equivalent is?
What? Who would it be?
Joe Gans.
Yeah.
Joe Gans, just like Shedeur Sanders, set a bunch of Nebraska passing records.
That's true. Yeah.
He won about the same exact number of games as Shedeur in one less season.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's a good comparison.
This would be like Nebraska retiring Joe Gans' number.
It's a great comparison, but if Joe Gans was related to the head coach, right?
And that is the only reason this is being done. You cannot tell me that there isn't nepotism here. And I know that a few weeks ago, a month or so ago, when they announced that Deion Sanders was going to get the $10 million contract, we both sat here and said, that's a smart decision.
It's worth it.
That's a good decision. There's a difference between getting paid in the moment for what you mean to that program. And we said in the time, this isn't, he's not getting the $10 million because they've won, 10 games every year. This is for what he has done to elevate the profile of the program.
Yeah.
In the moment.
Correct.
You don't look at a coach's salary and say, well, that must be the greatest coach of all time that's ever coached here. Matt Rule, in 1 year, makes more than Tom Osborne made in several years. But no one's saying that Matt Rule is the greatest Nebraska coach of all time.
No.
So you can't look at salaries the same as this.
Because this is etching their name in stone or putting it on the stadium or whatever you're going to do.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. And maybe 10, 15, 20 years down the line, let's say that this era sparked something, bigger and bolder for Colorado football and had some permanence to it. Then maybe you could look back at a Shedeur Sanders and say, well, he was the guy at the center of it. And then maybe you consider that kind of an honor. But he hasn't done jack squat in the moment to deserve this kind of honor. The only reason it is being done is because his last name is Sanders and he's related to the head coach.
Sicilian says, to be fair, Shedeur had no offensive line at all and threw for a single season passing record in yards and touchdowns. So I guess he did that.
Joe Gans had no help.
I love that comparison.
Didn't have a ton of help either, or at least especially on the defensive side.
I love that comparison.
At times.
It's really good. Jed says, Rule and Sanders have roughly the same record in 2 years. When is the unveiling of Rule's statue?
Exactly. I mean, that's all that this is. And for something like this, that's where you have to, as an athletic department, I agree with Darren Cheverini. You got to take that step back, and I would even say it's too soon for Travis Hunter, even though he won the Heisman Trophy.
Yeah.
Let it breathe for a minute. But this smacks so much of trying to strike while the iron's hot,
100%.
While I'm still here.
Well,
because we know that Deion ain't going to be coaching here
and
for
that's
20
the thing,
years.
yeah. Dwayne says it's going to look so silly when Prime leaves. That's the thing, right? Like, you almost have to do it now because if and when Deion Sanders leaves, then you can't do this. Oh, well, look, I think you're always going to be able to retire Travis Hunter's number. If they want to do that today, I'm with you. Like, why not wait a little bit?
I could understand
but
that.
But it makes sense. He was transcendent for Colorado football. But Shedeur, he was good. I think he's a good college quarterback for sure.
He was a good college quarterback, but
that good?
Is he better than Darian Hagan in terms of what he meant to the Colorado football program? No. By the way, there are only 4 retired numbers
for Colorado
in their history.
All right, so
these are numbers 5 and 6, and all of those players that I mentioned from some of those great Colorado teams of the 80s and 90s.
It'll go by 50% overnight compared to what it has been for 100 and whatever.
None of them had their jersey retired except for Rashawn Salam.
So it's Salam. Who else is it? Who are the other 3?
Byron Whizzer White. He was one of the first earliest Colorado legends, a former Supreme Court.
Plus his nickname's Whizzer. That's awesome.
Well, he's a former Supreme Court justice too.
Oh wow!
Did they call him the Wiz?
Wiz?
No, they called him Whizzer. Joe Romig, who played offensive line back in the 60s. Bobby Anderson, who was a quarterback in the late 60s. And Rashawn Salam.
That's nuts.
That's it.
So nobody from the national championship
from the national championship teams
Fascinating.
Has been honored, and yet these 2 are going to get in and basically going to cut the line.
Wow. That's interesting. That's very interesting.
So, yes, indeed, Colorado deserves all the schadenfreude they can get.
Yeah.
I did ask on Twitter today.
Yeah.
So Colorado has set a new bar for what a jersey retirement should be.
Sure.
So give us your suggestions for other jerseys that should be retired based on the new bar that Colorado has set. You want to hear some of the responses?
I would love to.
Chris writes, I say we look at whatever number Bubba Starling is wearing now and assume that's what he would have worn for the Big Red and retire that based on the national championships he would have
Man,
brought.
he would have been so good, John. Nebraska'd still be great.
Dane suggests that Joe Burrow.
Oh, he almost he wanted to go to Nebraska.
At Nebraska, yes. Joe
He
Burrow.
really wanted to, remember?
This is one of my favorites from Corey. Brant Banks.
Why?
But retire his number at Pinnacle Bank Arena. Remember when he filled in?
Oh, yeah, the COVID night.
He filled in for Nebraska basketball. Mustache Adams says we need to do a preemptive one. Dylan Raiola.
Hey, you got to get out in front, but then he won't leave. If you retire his number, he won't go to the portal.
Let's be ahead of the game here and do it while he is still playing, because that wouldn't put any additional undue expectations on him whatsoever.
You're just saying he's awesome, and he had a great year last year.
Platt Cat suggests that for Creighton, that Nick Baugh's number should be retired.
Whoa, don't include Nick in this conversation, Platt Cat, you monster.
Well, he did include the picture of Michael wearing the Nick Baugh jersey at football remotes.
Nice.
Back in the day.
Nice.
Thomas suggests Braxton Mia.
Okay.
Brasky Pants suggests Shang Ping.
Oh, yeah, of course.
Dave Fight says, how about another Colorado coach's son who rewrote the CU record books? Cody Hawkins.
Oh, remember Ndamukong Suh when he destroyed him that one night?
And one of my favorites from Ray, he suggests that James Williams get his number retired at Nebraska.
Hey, look, he's not trying to offend anybody. He's not trying to offend anybody.
He's not,
Nick. Don't put it on the internet that he's trying to offend anybody.
So there you go. There's some of the other suggestions for now that Colorado has established a new bar of excellence.
Awesome.
In terms of retiring jersey numbers.
Incredible stuff. Can't wait to see what the fallout is from this in college football.
Well, it can't be as much as the fallout that we constantly get from the unsettlement or the settlement.
That's true. Dwayne says, I hate CU so much. Why can't we play them every year? Because Matt Rule doesn't want teams like that on the schedule, Dwayne. He wants Bowling Green.
He's scared.
Sad. Gosh, remember the hype and excitement of that game a year ago today, John? We don't have a game like that this year. It stinks.
You're not going to have a game like that for the rest of time.
You know, that was the other thing I didn't think of.
What?
Yesterday with all the Nico news.
Yeah.
Nebraska should have gotten an easier draw now if they'd have stuck with Tennessee. There's no need. You don't have to play Nico. And guess what? He may end up traveling to UCLA.
Oh, John, that's a great point.
Now Nebraska's going to be stuck with Nico.
This is unreal. Absolutely unreal.
There is an update, by the way, in the whole House settlement case.
Yeah.
And it all has to do with the roster limits. That's really the big sticking
point. It is.
Yeah. Right now. But the NCAA and the defendant conferences, the power conferences, they filed their brief addressing the issues with what Judge Wilkin had to say about the settlement last week.
Mm-hmm.
And according to Mitt Winter, a sports lawyer for Winter Sports Law, as has been reported, they are not agreeing to change or phase in roster limits. To quote the great Bill Callahan, they say it's too complicated.
I don't understand. Okay, no, it is not. Why is it too complicated?
Well,
that's what they did in the early 90s with scholarships.
I think it's some of the same reasoning that we're getting for not allowing teams to scrimmage each other. It's that
too late in the game.
We've kind of moved all the way. Teams are
already they're planning on it.
They're already planning on it, and so to back off
budgetarily,
of it now,
you think it's about budgets?
Well, yes. In fact, one of the main arguments, and some folks might be wondering, well, what were the arguments for the roster limits in the first place? One of the main arguments that was made for the roster limits in the first place was, well, if you look across other sports, there are roster limits. There's a roster limit in the NBA. There's a roster limit in the NFL. There's a roster limit in Major League Baseball.
Yeah.
But there's no roster limits in college football. So, yes, it was a cost-saving mechanism.
In an era where you're going to have to spend more money.
Now, I find it interesting that we're okay using professional sports to justify things that we want to have.
Yeah.
But there's one very important thing that professional sports have that has not been suggested by the NCAA or the power conferences, and that is making the players employees.
Oh, fascinating. I wonder why that is.
How convenient.
It really is. It really is very convenient for them. Interesting.
So now the objectors have a day to file their responses. So in other words, the House attorneys have a chance to file their objections, and then we'll see where the judge decides to go from here. But that was one of the things that Judge Wilkin had said was, well, I would prefer to see these be grandfathered in or phased in over time. We'll see if this is a deal killer or not. the fact that the NCAA and the conferences are pushing back and saying, no, we really can't do this. I'll be curious if she's going to go along with it or if this could be the thing that, stalls the settlement even further.
Man, that would be wild if this was the sticking point. I never expected that to happen. Of all the things that were going on, all the future, I guess, problems that could arise from this, I didn't think that this would be the one to stop everything in its tracks.
And before we get to the super hot take market.
Nice.
We have a name now.
Oh?
Remember, we were wondering, the people that are going to enforce all of this stuff when it's all said and done is not going to be the NCAA.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to be
this new arm.
Yeah.
The third arm.
I believe it was the third arm, the commission.
Yeah.
Well,
it has a name now?
It has a name now.
Please tell me it's not a bad name.
It is. On Monday, the name College Sports Commission, LLC, was registered as a limited liability company with the Delaware Secretary of State. The entity, whose name had not been disclosed until now, is expected to be the central body in a revamped regulatory framework. College Sports Commission.
Don't think I like that. It's kind of boring.
College Sports Commission.
I like the third arm. I'm going to call them the third arm.
You're going to call them the third arm?
I'm going to call them the third arm.
Okay.
It's like how people call me the third leg.
Why? Because they think your head is a leg or something?
No, John, they don't think that that's a leg. They think something else is.
Well, maybe
your teeth?
Spider.
Damn it, Nick.
Spider tape. So there you go.
What's
the
it called
College
again?
Sports Commission. Get used to it, friends. That'll be the next big thing.
Don't
the College Sports Commission. It'll probably be just shortened to the Commission.
Sounds a lot like an HOA
CSC.
for college football.
It does, Nick. It does sound like an HOA for college football.
I hate it.
He hates it already. Mm-hmm. Well, coming up next, we're going to the super hot take market.
Yep.
We don't shop very often in the pet food section.
Pet food.
Today, I'm shopping in the pet food section of the
Hey,
super hot
Daddy's
take
home.
market.
Lick, lick,
And
lick.
we have a slice of college baseball, which is appropriate.
Yes, we
because
do.
we are here at a baseball park watching teams warm up for a game of baseball that will be held tonight. And it will be heard right here on 1620 The Zone between Creighton and Nebraska.
Creighton and Nebraska playing a baseball game at Charles Schwab Field in Omaha, Nebraska.
Nice, Nick. Good reference.
So we'll continue with the hot take market next on 1620 The Zone.
New meme just dropped.
A new meme?
Of you looking through your binoculars, John.
That was you first.
Nice.
Time to go to the Super Hot Take Market.
All right.
For the second day in a row, we're going to touch on the Savannah Bananas.
What on
banana
earth?
ball?
Ugh.
Well, not so much the bananas themselves, but the fact that ESPN this summer is going to broadcast 10 of their games.
Okay.
And one of the reasons behind this is ESPN and, of course, Major League Baseball have been a fussing and a feuding.
They do not handshake me very
and
much.
ESPN is and Major League Baseball are in the process of divorcing, no longer being carried on the network. My hot take is this. This dispute between Major League Baseball and ESPN has done no favors for either side.
There are no winners, you would say?
There are no winners here. It's like the Nico transfer. There's no winners here.
Yeah.
For ESPN, there's no winner here because they do need the programming. I mean, baseball can fill a lot of hours of good content in the summer months, especially. It's also really the first sport that they were able to do on a regular basis that put them on the map as a sports network.
Yeah, when I was growing up, they had Sunday Night Baseball, Monday Night Baseball, Wednesday Night Baseball, and obviously Baseball Tonight. And now they only have Sunday Night Baseball anymore.
And I also think it doesn't do them any favors because right now MLB has been shopping around the possibility of selling MLB.TV to a third provider. And right now you've got folks like the Netflix, the Amazons, even Fox, who's kind of looking at that right now. That could be a player for ESPN. That could be a place for ESPN Plus to really cash in with having all of this. So I think ESPN's losing out on some money on this. From the baseball side of things, as we have found out, unless you're the Big Ten Conference, you cannot piss off ESPN, or they will flat out ignore you.
Yep.
Now, to a degree, ESPN has still tried to ignore the Big Ten at every turn when it can, but when they are the host of the college football playoff, they can't totally ignore the Big Ten Conference. So the Big Ten's been fine without ESPN being in their fold. But I don't think baseball is better off without ESPN airing some of their games. So this dispute is silly. And both sides need to figure this part out. I get where baseball is frustrated with ESPN because they've de-emphasized the coverage in recent years. But I also understand why ESPN is upset because baseball, well, they sold that package of games to Peacock a couple of years ago for pennies on the dollar. They have the random game that shows up on Hulu.
Also, they have all the data on what is driving conversation and
Roku,
when ratings go up and when ratings go down, and whether it's topics that people are discussing, clicks on the internet. Like, they have all that data, and so they know that baseball just doesn't move the needle. But, yeah, baseball doing some of those other things probably has frustrated ESPN quite a bit.
Yeah, because ESPN said, why are we paying so much and you're selling all this other stuff for cheaper rates? So I get the frustration on both sides, but they need to get to the table and figure this thing out.
I like that hot take, John.
Yeah.
Hot take, I believe. And this is a bit of an offshoot of a conversation we had yesterday and a conversation that I imagine we'll talk about with Steve Sipple in a little bit about Emmett Johnson. If Emmett Johnson reaches 1,000 yards on the ground, Nebraska is going to be a college football playoff contender. Now, the problem is, do you actually believe that he can do so? But, man, John, they are gassing this guy up as of late. In particular, the entire running back room, but notably him. If he is able to do that with what you see elsewhere on offense, and I think what it would allow you to do with the pass game and Dylan Raiola and those new pieces out at wide receiver and Dana Holgorsen calling plays and an offensive line that they're seemingly very bullish on, like, that allows you to just do so much as an offense. Again, the problem, though, is he the type of running back like they are discussing right now? But because Steve Sipple, what was his column title today? Something about he can be elite. Elite to me, I mean, it's well above 1,000 yards, but I'm starting to wonder, is that the number that we need to put on it when we do that last show before the football season kicks off? Because it seems like there's a lot of belief inside of there. So this is a hot take based off of something, honestly, that I don't really believe. So it's a double hot take, but I'm just kind of going off what we're hearing right now from the program.
Well, as I mentioned, I'm going to be shopping in the pet food section of the Super Hot Take Market today. And this isn't so much my hot take.
Oh?
It's science's hot take.
Oh, I've seen this and heard about this.
from motherjones.com. What a website name, by the way. I figured this would be like a place where you find some nice southern recipes like peach cobbler and,
Does sound like a website.
and fried okra.
Sure.
But from motherjones.com, this was a study done in the journal Pacific Conservation Biology. Dogs, man's best friend.
Sure.
Have extensive and multifarious environmental impacts, disturbing wildlife, polluting waterways, and contributing to carbon emissions, according to their research. Dogs, environmental terrorists, you might say. This is it's an Australian review.
Okay.
In Australia, attacks by unrestrained dogs on little penguins in Tasmania may contribute to colony collapse, scientists say. But in the United States, where we live, studies have found that deer, foxes, and bobcats were less active or avoid wilderness areas where dogs were allowed. Quick side note, someone needs to tell that to the foxes in our neighborhood who have multiplied. And last I checked, we have a lot of dogs in our neighborhood.
Congrats on the sex, foxes.
Meanwhile, other research shows that insecticides from flea and tick medications kill aquatic invertebrates when they wash off into waterways. Dog feces can also leave scent traces and affect soil chemistry and plant growth. Also, the carbon footprint of pets is significant, due in large part to the fact that some dog foods, when they're made, it increases the amount of CO2 emissions into the atmosphere. So you can't buy that. You know, if you're getting the Old Roy or the Alpo, you're creating a global warming effect.
Okay.
The final paragraph. This is my favorite. The scientists raise sustainable dog food as an option to reduce a pet's environmental paw print.
Ha! That's awesome. That's a nice play on words.
So this is a hot take from science. Your dog is an environmental terrorist. That cute little furry thing with the big brown eyes that looks up at you.
He's eating the rabbit poop. Isn't that good for the environment? That my dog eats it and throws it up?
Maybe Banks is good for the environment.
Thank you, Banks.
But normal dogs who aren't eating the rabbit poop are bad for the environment.
You're saying that the dogs are bad dogs? I don't like
I'm not saying it. Science is saying
this is just allowing John to rail on science. John hates
this
science.
This isn't my study.
Nick,
this is science's study.
Nick, can you imagine if John was alive when the scientists figured out gravity? He would have, or like when they figured out the Earth was round. I bet you would have been one of those people. That's
so
like,
you're equating this study with finding out that the Earth is round?
John is like, what do you mean? Everything revolves around the Earth. What is even the sun?
Oh, I see.
It's just
so you believe this? So we need to do a little more Bob Barker and control the pet population.
Well, no, I'm gonna hug Mr. Banks when I get home tonight and not kill him.
Give him a nice big pile of rabbit poop.
Maybe it's the Australian dogs. Maybe with the globe spinning.
Sure.
In the southern hemisphere. We're in the northern hemisphere.
Yeah.
Why did you do your hot take? I should have just done my other football one because how do I follow that?
I don't know, but while you follow that, just think about your dog and what kind of damage it's doing to our atmosphere.
Strigori, today, John wants to be Goebbels and now hates dogs. Yeah, this is quite the segment.
No, I don't hate dogs. Science hates dogs.
But you, by reading this, you are amplifying it. So it seems like you are retweeting this. Retweets are endorsements, John.
Are they?
Not if you put in your bio that they're not.
Okay.
Hot take I can be talked into.
No.
Nebraska will not have a holdout this year, but they will have a holdout next year.
Dylan?
Get ready, baby.
Is it
Dylan?
Dylan?
Nick, I kind of hope it is. It's going to happen.
He goes to
Is that a hot
Tennessee.
take? Is that even that hot?
I think it's a very hot take, yes.
Okay.
I think this Nico move is probably going to scare a few folks.
You think so?
Well, especially if he ends up signing for a lot less. Now,
okay.
That's the danger. And I don't see Nico making the same bank he was making at Tennessee. I don't see it.
No, definitely not.
So I think that's going to scare a few folks. But please continue.
Oh, that's just all it is.
Oh,
we're not immune. I think that this is actually the beginning of something. So I guess maybe
okay.
We'll find out. You're right in that the response to what he has done has been so bad.
Yes.
That maybe it scares people off.
Or maybe it's a domino effect.
Yeah, see, I would tend to guess that it is a domino effect, but the next player that does it is going to be like worth it. Because I don't think Nico is worth it.
See, one of the issues with the Nico thing is the timing of it. It literally is on the eve of the
spring game.
of the transfer portal opening.
That too.
Now, a traditional holdout usually takes place, like the beginning
Before
of training
camp.
where there's several weeks
What if
before
we
the
got to
beginning of the
August and Emmett Johnson was like, whoa, they've been saying all these positive things about me. I need more money.
So apparently Nico's dad just needs to do a little more research into when the best time is to hold out.
Here, I'll add this too. Hot take, I could be talked into. Again, not that I believe, talked into. If it's true about the Tennessee guys in the playoff, I mean, it's only a matter of time, I guess, before something like that happens, which would be wild. Oh, my gosh, can you imagine?
I don't want to imagine that.
Yeah, me neither.
Imagine.
The takes would be horrible.
I do not want to imagine
Takes would
that.
suck.
Yeah.
Takes would suck. Takes would suck.
Anyway. There you go. There's a super hot take marker.
Hot takes.
That was fun.
Maybe I'll send you my takes from Boston next week since I won't be here.
Yeah, John, just filter out the slurs that he includes in those.
There will be no slurs, Nick. 0 slurs.
Have you looked ahead to the weather forecast?
I was just talking to a former colleague of ours, and he asked me the same question. And the answer is, once weather.com had April 21st. I have been looking at it every day.
Why don't you just get the damn Farmer's Almanac? That'll be just as accurate.
I did subscribe to a newsletter, John, that is titled Tailwind, and it updates every morning. Where's the one I got earlier today? Here it is. It's race week. We're in the home stretch. And so it has updates on the weather forecast, hour by hour, all sorts of stuff.
Race week? What is this, the crossover?
But is it adjusted for runner's temperature? Does it add the extra 100 degrees Kelvin?
No, just remember, add 20 degrees, John. All you got to do is add 20 degrees. But yes, as sun climbs and temps reach the low 70s, the final miles will start to feel tough. There you go, John. See? It's real. But that's right. You don't believe in science.
I was just reporting on what science said. I didn't give my opinion.
Our next 70-degree day, John, I want you to go out for a run for an hour. And I want you to tell me how warm you feel by the end of it. I want you to say, wow, Josh was right.
You want him to go out for an hour?
Yeah, an hour.
5K, John?
Yeah, that's not for me. See, that's the key. You don't have to feel that hot. You don't have to run.
But I get to. That's the thing, John. I get to run.
I've decided
I get to not run.
I've decided I'm a bicycle guy, not a run guy.
You're out on running, Nick. You just started.
I'm a bicycle guy. I like bicycles. I want to ride my bike.
All right. See you later running. Running Nick. This was going to be the year of running for Nick. I think he might have put that on the list last year. New year, new Nick.
I don't remember that, but
I hurt my hip really bad on that 10K, and it kind of put me off.
Bummer.
Steve Sipple is still to come.
We still have Nick's bike slice of bicycles.
No, it's a slice of college baseball.
Yes, it is.
Both start with a B.
A slice of college baseball. Who is Nick targeting today? Find out.
Targeting.
16. Who is the subject? Who is the subject of a slice of college baseball? As we are now, we're 2 months away from the start of the College World Series.
Nice. And then after that, football season.
No, after that, summer. Real summer.
Man, the sun will be setting so late by then. That's going to be awesome.
Yeah, and by the time your precious football gets here, it'll be setting so much earlier.
Okay, why?
Yeah, I can't believe you like the darkness, not the band.
The band? It's the ballpark.
Back to the ballpark after this on 1620 The Zone.
It's time to enjoy a nice hot slice of college baseball.
Creighton Kidd! Did the Aggies just do it? They come all the way back! 2 ninth-inning grand slams, unbelievable! They wave the magic wand, and they sweep away the Gamecocks. Unreal! Creighton Kidd ends it, and he was brilliant the last 2 days.
College baseball.
Nick, if I'm not mistaken,
yes,
that sounded like a highlight of your and still your defending College World Series runner-up Texas A&M Aggies.
Indeed it was. Indeed it was.
Indeed it was.
A team I thought you had pretty much producer
Canceled.
Josh Odson.
Yeah,
Again,
you canceled them, Nick.
I don't
Earlier
hate
this year.
A&M. I just hate the perception that they're good. They're still not ranked.
That's right. So remember, John, this segment isn't about baseball. It's just about D1 baseball's rankings. That's what a slice of college baseball really is.
Well, let's
Yes, it
find
is.
out as Nick now presents a slice of college baseball.
John, Josh, in a
Nick.
game dominated by the SEC and ACC, one team takes a huge stand among all the rest. The conference might be dead, but Oregon State baseball sure is not. They might be independent this year, but they're still playing with that Pac-12 spirit that won them the national championship in 2006, 2007, and 2018. And
got
thus,
them beat 2 out of 3 in Lincoln.
the subject of today's slice. Let's
Okay.
start out with their rankings. 6th in the D1 top 25, 10th in Warren Nolan RPI, and with a record of 26-7, you can understand why they're such an appealing team right now. Some of their highlights this season include, but are not limited to,
Losing 2 out of 3 in Nebraska.
defeating friend of the slice Xavier twice, which
Friend
we
of the slice.
End of the slice. I like that.
which we all know that team is no slouch. I did a whole thing on them a few weeks ago. They won their 3-game series against currently ranked 13th UC Irvine, and they swept Cal State Fullerton in their most recent series.
Fullerton?
Fullerton. I just read it wrong, that's all.
That's
Okay.
right.
I just want to make sure, Nick.
Let
Sorry.
him finish.
You were interrupting him. I thought we were doing a bit.
Now, all of this being said,
Yeah.
their schedule up to this point hasn't really been anything crazy, with a strength of schedule of 54.
Whoa, no disrespect.
Stop interrupting him, John. Let him read. Let him
James
cook.
Williams here, disrespecting Nebraska.
But they are about to enter a gauntlet, and I don't know how things will shake out when the dust settles. They play a series against 25-0 Oregon, then immediately head to Honolulu to take on another friend of the slice, 24-10 Hawaii, and then they head to Iowa immediately after that. Now, I'm not doing all of this to put the Beavers on CWS watch, but I did want to highlight this team because they're clearly doing something right, as them and UCLA are the lone beacons of non-SEC, ACC schools in the top 10. If they can scrap their way to Omaha, then I could see them being an underdog favorite, just with the fact that they aren't in the 2 major college baseball conferences. Baseball.
Oregon State.
Go Beavers.
The Beavs.
It's a tough look for them because, I know they won the national championship twice in a row, but every time somebody brings up Oregon State baseball, all I can think about is that pitcher.
Oh, gee.
They got in a hole. I'm sorry, John. I'm sorry. He got in a lot of trouble. And now Nick is talking about them in positive ways. Nick, do you know about that pitcher?
I don't actually.
Oh, boy. It was a controversy. What, like 4 years ago? Was that pre-COVID
That was
or post-COVID?
pre-COVID. Luke Heimlich.
Oh, that was 2019 then, probably.
He was the pitcher of the year in 2018.
2018. God, he was good, too. He had like a 1-point-something ERA.
By the way, there is some new news on old Luke.
What's he up to?
He signed with a Mexican League team this week.
Oh, that's exciting.
Yeah. For those of you who forgot the story, he pled guilty to molesting his 6-year-old niece when he was 15 years old. So this happened before he was at Oregon State.
Yes.
And then it got discovered right at the end of the regular season
Right
as the NCAA tournament was starting.
Yeah.
And
he started in the College World Series, didn't he? But he wasn't, he struggled, because the guy been the best pitcher all year long, and then he just fell apart.
Yeah.
Because obviously he had a long
It was a story that came to light from the Oregonian
That's
in an
what it
article
was.
in 2017.
Yeah, not great.
Yeah.
So anyway, there you go. Oregon State baseball, Nick.
Ugh.
A slice of college baseball.
Don't put my
Look
name
at what
in there.
you did. Nick, the season's almost over. We're watching Creighton and Nebraska warm up right now, and you still don't talk about them.
You're right.
Wow, that's unreal. I have to talk about them. I think Nick should have to talk about them.
Well, but Nick's trying to highlight the folks that are, possible teams to play here in Omaha.
Except for UMass and Texas A&M all the time.
But also, we cover Creighton and the Huskers already just through who we are and where we are. I want to highlight other teams that you might not hear about in our media sphere.
Okay.
Like Hawaii.
Patrick writes, took A&M plus 7,000 just for you, Nick.
Oh, well.
Look at that, Nick. You got people picking against you now because they hate your take so much.
You enjoy losing that $5 you put down on that.
How is A&M doing? Have they fallen apart still, or are they rebounding?
They're on a bit of a rebound.
Oh, Nick, what if they made the College World Series? That would be hilarious.
It would be really funny.
Yeah. I'd email their SID and tell them that the producer of Westwood One's coverage is a hater.
A&M is currently 6-9.
Nice.
In the SEC, tied for 11th place with a overall record of 20-15. Their RPI is 50th.
Okay. So they'll be in the at-large mix. Is SEC
yeah.
better at baseball this year than or basketball than baseball?
Well, when you consider that the first, second, third, fourth, and fifth place teams in the current RPI, because they don't have a net ranking, they have the RPI, they still use RPI, are all SEC teams right now. No, I think SEC baseball is still the king sport.
Okay.
Or at least the best performing sport.
Okay.
Obviously, we know football is king in the SEC, but yeah.
Big Ten teams win natties now.
Arkansas is number 1 in the RPI. Georgia is 2. Texas is 3. Tennessee is 4. And Auburn is 5. Oh, and Vandy, another team that fell victim to Nebraska, is 7.
I don't want them in Omaha. My bias against Vanderbilt is very well known.
LSU is 10th. And Alabama is 11th.
So how many SEC teams?
So what did I list there?
7?
9 of the top 11.
What on earth? 9 of 11. Chance, settle down. Wow, that's crazy.
Yeah.
So who are the non-SEC teams in the top 11?
That would be Clemson.
Okay.
At number 6. Actually, there's 3. I think I misspoke. It's 8 of the top 11.
Okay.
Clemson is the first non-SEC team in the RPI at 6.
Okay.
Coastal Carolina of the Sun Belt Conference is 8th. And the aforementioned Beavs of Oregon State are 9th.
Sicilian says, you don't want the Vandy Whistler coming to Omaha? Absolutely not. Keep that fan out of our beloved city. I don't want to hear that man. I don't want to see that man. I don't want to deal with that man. I don't want that man walking over to McMaster and I when we're hosting a show and saying, you want me to come on? Absolutely not. Get out of my face, dude.
Or, Josh, how about you let him come on so then you can publicly shame him so then he crawls back into the crevice that he came from?
Now, if anything, you just whistle into the microphone and blow out everyone's car speakers.
This was a guy who was the subject of a fake death story. I think he's probably faced a lot worse than getting criticized. I think he almost
He'd love it.
I think he almost breathes in the criticism like oxygen.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Because
maybe he's bad for the environment.
I know many people around the Vandy program who are
they don't like him either, right?
They're annoyed by it too, but it's his thing and he's going to continue to do it.
Strigori says Vandy should be banned from postseason play as long as that Whistler lives.
I don't know what it is. Maybe I've just conditioned myself well. Granted, I'm sitting up here in the broadcast booth, but we have the field mics and you can hear all the stuff that's going on. It doesn't bother me.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not saying that to say you guys are crazy for thinking that it bothers you.
You're so focused, though, on your stuff.
But John is more worried about beach balls.
Well, it's because, true. I mean, the Vandy Whistler never stopped play from happening.
Nah, he stops my ears from hearing.
But I've gotten so conditioned to it over the years that it's just kind of
I don't know if I've ever actually heard him.
I think ESPN, because we get our Nat sound feed here on
ESPN
on our broadcast.
Do they turn it down, you think?
I think ESPN
Well, they probably know which section
I think
he's
they
in,
know where he is,
and then they just turn it
and
down.
they just adjust the mics because they got mics everywhere in the stadium, and so they can adjust where the sound. So I think they do a better job of trying to limit his effectiveness as much as possible.
Yeah,
and thus, as I'm listening, because I'm listening to the feed in my headphones, I think that's one of the reasons why it doesn't bother me because I don't hear it as much.
Yeah. That's interesting.
But I do understand those of you who
plight?
are annoyed by it.
Yeah, he's very annoying.
All right. When we come back, it's time for the happy hour.
Awesome.
And that means on a Tuesday, it is time for that guy, Stephen M. Sipple.
Nice.
What if
Mr.
Sipple
Tuesday.
decided to be the Vandy whistling guy of Nebraska sports, but instead of whistling, all he does is go,
That'd be awesome. I think we would all say, sign us up for
The
that.
Nebraska
Yeah, but he doesn't. The only issue is he doesn't sit in the stands during games. He sits in the press box. So you guys would get to hear him up there in the press box every game.
Let's just put a mic on Sipple. We can have the Sipple mic.
Not a bad idea.
I don't know if that would be a good idea or not.
Okay.
But we're going to put a mic on Sipple next, and he's going to join us as we are here at the ballpark for tonight's Creighton, Nebraska game. Jays have just finished up their BP, and now the Huskers are in the field taking BP.
Nice.
That's short. That's baseball parlance, not BP as in baseball parlance, but that is baseball parlance for batting practice.
I was going to say, I thought you just said
it's
baseball
BP
parlance.
for BP.
It's BP for BP.
Or
BP for batting practice.
Are any of the Husker players throwing up on the field yet?
Don't see any vomit just yet, Nick. But
Okay.
We'll keep an eye on that.
You're on vomit watch.
Oh, yeah.
We will be back and have more with Sip on 1620 The Zone.
It'd be nice to have a post throw. It would be nice to have a post throw. It would be nice through. It would be nice to have a blow through. It would be nice to have a blow through. It would be nice to have a blow through when you're gone. Sipple the snowflake is one old triggered soul with reading glasses sitting on his nose and takes that really blow. Sipple the snowflake deserves a mouthpiece to the face. He says LeBron's the GOAT and Steph will choke. Then he runs to his safe space. Hey, we gotta be careful here, he tells us when we speak. But when 10 games air in a day, he thinks that's too many. Oh, Sipple the snowflake says words like mature. He's a blogger now and an honor too, and also really old.
As we return here to beautiful Charles Schwab Field on this gorgeous Tuesday for baseball, Steve Sipple joins us somewhere out there in the nether sphere on the hotline. Hello, Sip.
Yeah, I'm in the nether sphere.
The nether sphere. I don't know what that means. It just sounded
Sounds
good.
like something from a comic book movie.
I don't know what that means. Oh, you guys are in a press box? Is that my understanding?
Yes, we're at a baseball park watching Nebraska take batting practice.
Oh, that's kind of fun, isn't it?
I like it.
Sure.
I enjoy being here, especially when the weather's nice.
It's nice having the windows open.
Yeah, and the wind's not blowing in and rustling things around.
Yeah.
It's actually a very nice night.
Yeah, you hear the rawhide hit the wood. That's a great sound.
Well, it's not wood anymore, Sip. They haven't used wood bats in college baseball in like 50 years. Ping! Maybe that's Nebraska's problem. They've been using the wood bats all year.
What if they didn't know? They didn't realize. Like, guys, you guys should start using the aluminum
we
bats.
We could use these aluminum bats.
It'd be a whole lot better, yeah.
Yeah, maybe that's it. How's Creighton's baseball team?
I mean, they have a winning record, and they've won 4 in a row against Nebraska. So
that's true.
Both these teams are kind of similar right now. The records aren't the same, but Nebraska's played a tougher schedule. But the two teams are pretty evenly matched, I think.
Yeah,
which is not to say it's great.
Is it my understanding that Creighton's won 12 of the last 14 against Nebraska?
That would be correct, Sip.
Yeah, that number stuck in my head for a couple of weeks. It's amazing.
Yeah, not great.
Well, onto the football world. Are you preparing yourself to be surprised by what could come from the portal as far as Nebraska is concerned, or is this? Are you on like, portal's not going to be that big of a deal this time around for Nebraska?
I'm never like that, but I haven't heard anything to suggest that anybody that would leave would just shock the heck out of us. I don't think. I guess I'm more interested in who they might bring in, although I don't even know that we're going to see much on that front, if anything. So I'm not anticipating. This is the kiss of death, obviously, but I don't even want to say it because you'll replay it if something happens. But I don't anticipate anything major happening.
Yeah, in a way. Sorry. Go ahead.
Sorry, not as far, Josh. I'm sorry to interrupt. Not as far as Nebraska players going into the portal,
but that maybe so the bigger, or would it be the lesser surprise would be if they added somebody from the portal, but you're not expecting any like big names to enter, if I'm understanding you.
Not enter, you never know about coming in. I don't see anybody going out where we'll be like, oh my God. Now that's subject to interpretation. Some people might react like that to somebody, but I don't think it's going to be anything major.
Do you know, Sib? I know that the Nico Iamaleava story has been one that you have talked about this week. You've written about it. I think you wrote about it in your weekend column. That Nebraska like, what are they doing maybe to not allow something like this to happen here? Or is it just one of those situations where it's going to happen at some point in time? They'll cross that bridge when they come to it.
That's a good question, Josh. I don't know that you can't. I don't know exactly what you can do. I mean, there's probably some mechanisms contractually that could dissuade this or just cut it off. I don't know that because hey, I'm like you guys. Well, I assume you guys are like me, and you don't even really understand the contractual obligations.
Correct.
On side, it's hard. Who would? It's not public. You hear anecdotal pieces of information, and that's about it. I think it kind of comes down to what we always say about the acquisition of players. You recruit the kind of player you want in your program. You recruit character to a certain degree, to a large degree. You recruit and you recruit guys that will be team oriented. And understanding, of course, that people are flawed, and in some cases, as in this one, the people around them are flawed, and so you can't control everything, but you can really help yourself in that regard by recruiting people that wouldn't do something like this to their teammates.
And that's why in the speed dating world that is the portal, I was listening to when Matt Rule was talking, I think it was 2 press conferences ago, or maybe it was the last one, where he talked about trust, and as long as I'm giving you accurate information and you're being honest with me, that's how you can avoid some of these surprise portal entries. But when you're going out there and in many cases that portal's only open so long and you never know when another team's going to go out and sign somebody, you're speed dating essentially. And it's hard to build trust when you're speed dating. So it makes you wonder if the best portal acquisitions are the ones that have like 1 year of eligibility left, where going in, hey, I got this dude for 1 year, he's a rental and that's it, versus going out and trying to find a 2 or a 3 or a guy with multiple years left, because those are the ones where you just don't know and you don't have the time to build that trust.
Yeah, I tend to agree with you. It's not the perfect world, what you're laying out there, but yeah, I mean, there's something to be said for an understanding that this is not, John, it's not even a year usually. It's more like 6 or 7 months. Like O'Shawn Mathis was here for how long? 6, 7 months? I mean, that type of player that you're talking about. Now, trust, this is why I love coming on with you guys. Because the discussions can be very nuanced. I think there was a high degree of trust between Heupel and Nico. I don't think that was an issue at all. They had a great relationship. And I know I'm not speaking out of turn here. I know that, I know people that understand it. I read about it. Those guys had a great relationship. So trust doesn't even necessarily guarantee that it's going to be, amicable, and that there's not going to be something weird that happens like this. It helps, it helps, but it doesn't ensure anything, because Heupel and Nico, there was trust, but there was also greed, and there's also just, and that sounds judgmental, and it is. And I also understand that there's this, we all have to do it in this world. You have to get all you can. And that's kind of what I think the family was, Nico's dad and his representation was like. I think the mentality was, we got to get all we can here. And they went a little bit too far with that. And the only reason I say greed, and that's, again, it's just because isn't 4 years and $8 million, isn't that enough? I mean,
that's a lot.
Yeah, it seems like a lot for a guy, especially for a guy who's not necessarily elite. So yeah, that's where I stand.
And he was in high school when they did it. I mean, so you were paying. It's not like, I mean, at least when you're going to the NFL, you've seen a guy for 4 years in college, and so you kind of have an idea what you're getting. Sure, it's not a perfect scenario. Not every number one draft pick is a great player, but at least there's more data there. You're talking about a high school kid, and you're doling out that kind of money.
Well, here's the thing. I think one thing that doesn't get maybe you guys have seen this. I haven't seen it discussed much. Why is Nico so? Why did he command that? That sort of, I will call it salary, I guess.
It is
because of it's because of his high school rating.
Yeah.
I mean, that's why if I were counseling players, I'd say, hey, you can make a lot of money while you're in high school. It's not going to come. Maybe it's not going to come until you sign with somebody. But Nico made his money essentially in high school. That's where, right? You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I mean, he was the number 2 ranked quarterback in his class. Ask Dylan Raiola about being the number 1 or number 2 ranked quarterback in your class and what that could mean financially.
Yeah.
You're a millionaire. You become a millionaire at that point. So Nico earned that money not at Tennessee. He earned it in high school.
Sip, you said a word there that I wanted to ask you about as it pertains to a Husker player. You said elite a few minutes ago, and the title of your column this morning was Nebraska coaches express great confidence in Emmett Johnson. Is he poised to become a truly elite back? What, in your mind, would elite look like? What is an elite running back for Nebraska football in 2025 in terms of numbers?
Oh, in terms of numbers, well, I'll tell you, me and John can tell you what elite looks like. You can to a certain extent, but at our age, we know elite when we see it. John and I have that.
Dang right.
We know you're old. I get it. I'm talking about now, old man.
That was the old man noise I love. Elite, a minimum of 1,200 yards, and probably in the 5.4, 5.5 or above yards per carry is really important in that discussion. I know where people are thinking right now, is he going to get enough attempts? I think my reaction to that is always this. If you're good enough, you're going to get attempts. All right? They're not going to – if you're getting 5-6 yards of crack and you're taking over games, Holgerson's not going to say, hell, I got to get the ball to Keith. No, they'll run you. Just they'll if you get in a rhythm, and again, I know what people are going to say, well, they don't allow them to. If you're good enough, you'll get that carry, and you'll get enough attempts to get 1,000. It's not. I don't hang that always on coaches. You just got to show that you're reliable enough and you're elite enough to deserve those number of carries.
You wrote that you think that the gap right now between Emmett and Quentin Ives is sizable.
Sizable, yeah.
Would you categorize that more as good news because Johnson is that much better, or bad news because the depth isn't there? And we know even if you got one really good back, you still need to have that depth.
First of all, I hope I'm wrong. I mean, this is somewhat
right. I know.
It's somewhat based on what I saw last year, but just the way that the discussion is, the way that they talk about, say, the coaches talk about the back, and then also experience. I mean, Emmett's just got a lot more experience. So to answer your question, good news or bad news, I'd say more bad. You don't want that big of a gap, and that's a good question. And I don't know how else to answer it except being genuine about it. No, I don't like the gap that at least I perceive. I wish there was a back there. I wish it was more like Nebraska. They've had it where there wasn't an appreciable a difference as there is a number of carries. Hey, I mean, what I'm talking about is Quentin Ives ran 6 times for 7 yards last year. Okay, that's a big gap between his production and the number one guy's production, who had 900. I'm going to say 8 all-purpose yards, something along those lines. I wish the gap wasn't that big.
Is the last time that they had like real good above average players that seemed comparable? That's like the Rex Amir years, right? That's the last time.
That's it.
Yeah,
that's it.
That's a long time ago now.
yeah, I mean, there's 2014, and I think I've said it on your show, and because I fixate on this. When that team played Georgia, that is a good Georgia team, not the one where they beat them on the
one the year before when Georgia would have gone to the Natty if they would have beaten Alabama.
Yeah, and exactly. And you guys, if you're bored, it's April. Go watch that game. I mean, and tell me that Nebraska hasn't dropped off considerably the program. I mean,
dude, they have
they have. That was a very good team that we took all of that for granted. It wasn't a great team, Nebraska team, but it pushed Georgia, a top 5 Georgia team, and it was Amir and Burkhead. Okay, and now just think about that for a second. And when you watch it, you can't help but think about it because it's in your face and it looks beautiful. Those guys could play now, and it wasn't just them. They had it. That was a good team, and not great, but it was very good, very good.
Zip, I recently rewatched the Kansas State game, the Thursday nighter in 2010, and oh my gosh, I mean, just seeing the talent that they had all over the field on both sides of the ball. Levante David is in his first year. The running back room still has Halou and Burkhead. Taylor Martinez is a revelation with how fast he is. I mean, it's wild because it doesn't seem like it's that long ago, and yet it's 15 years now.
Right, and I don't mind having this. I think it's informative to do this for people to look back because that's where you got to get to still, and you're not there. You're just not there yet.
No, and a crazy thing.
I'd like to say you are, but you're not.
And it's focusing back again on running backs. You look at that period of time where you had Rex and Amir and then Roy Halou. That was kind of an island because directly before that, it wasn't great.
It was like Corey Ross, Brandon Jackson.
Right. And of course, after that is kind of what we're living in now.
Yeah.
And so when you go back to the year-to-year greatness, you're going back several years. So imagine if that, what is it? Probably like a 5-ish year period where it was Rex and Amir and Roy. You take that out, and it's been over a generation since Nebraska had the kind of running game that, would threaten the word elite.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Now, the only small issue I take with that summation is Ross and Jackson. Ross got really good late in his career.
Yeah, and I don't mean to make it sound like they were bad. I'm just saying elite.
Yeah.
Yeah, Ross got NFL. I mean, he played in the NFL for appreciable time.
Yeah.
And Brandon Jackson was borderline elite. But no, I'm not pouring cold water on your assessment. Those two guys were pretty good. But after that, you had a Ziegler run he ran for 1,000 in 2018. I mean, I guess the bottom line is you've only had one 1,000-yard rusher since Amir. And that at one point in our lifetime was inconceivable that could happen. I mean, what are you talking about? They'd have one 1,000-yard rusher in 10 plus years.
That's crazy.
It's hard to imagine. And I can't emphasize enough how important that is in the broad discussion about Nebraska football.
Hey, so let's say that you're right. Let's say that they have an elite back. What does that do for the offense then? What does it mean if Emmett Johnson is able to reach, let's just say, that 1,200-yard threshold? I mean, that changes everything, doesn't it?
It does, Josh. And again, I think people forget almost how much impact that can have. And let's say he's a 1,400-yard rusher. Let's say he's Blake Corum. I mean, just for the fun of it and the impact that can have on an entire program, not just the offense. It has such wide-ranging impact. It takes, number one, in my mind, it takes a lot of pressure off Dylan.
Yeah.
Not that Dylan can't handle it, but think about how much more Dylan could flourish if you have that element clicking at a very high level. Okay, then it takes pressure off your play caller, obviously. It's not that hard to call plays like that. If your line's dominating and you've got a running back that can take advantage of it, we could call plays, honestly. And then it takes a lot of pressure off your first-year defensive coordinator. If you can consume time and establish that physicality on the offensive side of the ball, oh, God, it helps the defense a ton. It helps your specialists. You know, he's not as much pressure on your specialists, on your special teams in general. It helps your AD a lot. It helps everybody. How's it help your AD? Well, you're trying to sell a stadium project. And Nebraska fans just love when that, you know how it is, when that line gets rolling and there's a running back gaining yards, we all feel better, right? I mean, that's just it's ingrained in us. It still is. And if they were to have this elite back, if they possibly do, and if they ever recruit one, you'll know it because it'll be a major story around here.
When you can pass, when you don't have to pass, that's the best
Changes
kind.
everything.
It's the best kind because
you just nail.
Yeah, when you can pass, when you don't have to pass. That's the perfect world for any play caller, for any offense. And your point about taking pressure off the defense, you know, is so important because if you can ease into that a little bit, I've said for a long time, and it's not directly related to the running back, but I've always believed that a great offensive line can mask a lot of problems on a football team. It can make a good running back great. It can make an average quarterback good, and it can alleviate pressure on your defense because you can just grind clock, you can work the clock, you can possess the ball, you can play keep away, and you know if you've got that, everything else just falls into place.
Yeah, and your stadium loves it too.
This stadium would. There'd be cleanup in aisle 5 every Saturday if that's what it was like. Because as much as we love the running game around here,
because people would spill their popcorn.
Yes, because people would spill their popcorn and their Pepsis.
Yes.
And coming soon, their alcohol.
Nice.
So, it's all very intriguing to me.
Real quick, before we go, what would be the Nebraska equivalent to retiring Shedeur Sanders' number?
Oh, don't do this. I would say, oh God, I'm not going to do this. I don't know if I can do this well or not.
Here's my suggestion: Joe Gans. Think about it. He set passing records just like Shedeur. He won about the same exact number of games as Shedeur in one less season. Joe Gans getting his number retired is like Shedeur getting his number retired. That's if the head coach's last name was also Gans.
Yeah, it needs to be. Or he changed his last name to Pelini.
I don't like to laugh because I respect Joe, and Joe had game. You know, he was good.
No, that's not disrespect to Joe. I'm just putting it into context for how ridiculous I think this is.
Yeah, I don't know what to say about it. I'm glad you said that though, because I'll steal it and use it on my radio show in the morning. Thank you.
So that's what you do. Instead of plagiarizing us in your articles, now you plagiarize on our own medium.
Come on.
Both. And I'll tell you, it has helped my career.
Nice.
Sipple's been able to. You know what, Sip? You can hold out for more NIL money now.
There we go. Good luck, Sip.
Thank you. Yeah, maybe one of you could even be my agent at some point.
Nice.
Hey, if it pays well, that's all I ask for. Sip, we're going to miss you here at the ballpark. You know, back in the day, you might have come to a game like this.
Those
Nebraska,
days are
Creighton,
over.
In Omaha. Come on.
Those days are over.
Josh, why do you say that?
Well, because why would you go to a baseball game in April? First of all, you have a radio show tomorrow at 6 a.m., so you start there. Right. And second of all, it's baseball. You don't write about baseball.
Oh, stop it.
Unless they're good, and they're not this year. He ain't writing about them.
Josh pretty much nailed that whole stuff.
Yep.
If they're in the Big 12 right now, I'd be much more apt to do it.
Yeah. Those days are also
Isn't that
over.
interesting? That's what we said earlier.
You did. You said it earlier.
This series kind of lost a little bit of its steam when the two teams changed conferences. It hurt both baseball programs.
It did. It really did. And I don't know if Nebraska fans would agree, affected my interest level significantly. I didn't start voicing that until the last couple of years, but I kind of saw it, like it wasn't going to be the same. God, I say too much sometimes, but that's the way I feel. So It is.
No, I think you're
Okay.
exactly right, Sip.
Yeah.
People used to get fired up, mad and angry when Baylor or Texas would come into town or Oklahoma State.
And nobody cares about Rutgers.
They don't care when Rutgers or Northwestern is in town for baseball. They just
How about,
don't.
yeah, how about Augie coming into town? What was that like?
It was amazing.
R.I.P.
Right.
It was
Right.
amazing. You had a lot of great programs that came in from the.
You're right. Oklahoma State. Now they weren't always great at those points. They were pretty good though. But you're right. Those Baylor teams. Baylor had a huge surge of strong teams. So yeah, it was different. It felt different.
Indeed, it did. All right, Sip. Appreciate it. Thank you, and have a good rest tonight, so you can steal more of our thoughts tomorrow on your radio show.
Nice.
Joe Gann, the equivalent. I will give you full credit, John. I will give you.
All right,
credit.
I appreciate it. Thank you,
Sip.
Steve Sip.
Bye, guys.
HuskerOnline.com, member of the On3 Network. No, so if this word gets back to Joe, no,
we're not crapping on
I'm
Joe.
not crapping on Joe.
We're crapping on Colorado.
We're crapping on Colorado.
By the way, some
Even Joe Gans would say, I don't deserve my number being retired.
Other nominations. Chance says retiring Trey Palmer's jersey. Trey Palmer. A lot of success as an individual, but bad team. Randy says, Randy emailed earlier. Brandon Jackson was really good. He even played in the league. He was good. Jeff writes, retire Santino Panico, best punt fair catcher in Nebraska history.
When is poor Santino not going to catch strays anymore? Santino
Never.
is always
well, he
catching
always was
strays.
catching, but he was doing this.
I know, but it's been 20 years.
Yeah, well,
And people
don't
still
forget.
invoke his name. You know what? He did one job. He did it really well, and people remember him for it.
He did do it very well. His job was to catch the ball, and he caught it.
All right. Getting closer to content time. Let's find out what Bill Belichick's girlfriend actually does.
Yeah, what in the world's going on
for
here?
North Carolina, among
Okay.
other things. But we'll be back and have more from the ballpark right after this on 1620 The Zone. Welcome back to Charles Schwab Field, getting ready for Creighton and Nebraska baseball. You'll be able to hear the game tonight. Right after we're done at 6 o'clock, Connor Happer will join me up here in the broadcast booth.
Nice.
And I believe Pat Vendetti will also be making an appearance today during the broadcast.
That'll be fun.
Have a little
Some
bit
of
fun
us
today.
are at Charles Schwab Field.
Are you going to the game tonight, Nick?
No, I'm not going to be able to make it.
Oh, no. That's a bummer.
I have a girlfriend. She's at a big meeting this week, so I have to make sure the dog is fed and the flowers are watered. Housework.
Okay, cool.
So you're trying to offset the carbon paw print of your dog by watering
Nick.
the flowers.
Hey, she's a good girl.
You don't even talk about your dog. You hate that dog.
Her name's Misty. She's a poodle. I love her.
Now we know why Nick wouldn't mention the dog, because they knew it was a environmental terrorist.
Is that why,
Little
Nick?
four-legged environmental terrorist.
No, she's a baby bunny terrorist, though.
Oh, well, yeah.
Sometimes she'll try to
baby bunny poop terrorist.
That's a lot of what a lot of dogs do.
She'll try to bring baby bunnies inside. We're like, no. No.
Well, of course, we're here at a ballpark,
Yes.
and this is a very special day in baseball history. It's a very special day in American history. It's Jackie Robinson Day. Of course, it's hard to believe, 2 years from now will be the 80th anniversary. Wow. Of Jackie Robinson breaking the color barrier. Crazy.
Incredible.
80th
Incredible.
anniversary. This is the 78th anniversary today. And, we've talked about this before. If there were moments in time that you could revisit and be a part of and just feel what the experience was like, see what the experience was like, that's one of those that would be very, very interesting to me. And
That's
that is
one word to describe
to
it.
be at Ebbets Field the day that Jackie Robinson took the field as a Brooklyn Dodger.
Mm-hmm.
And to feel the reaction, we've heard a lot of the stories, we've heard a lot of the anecdotes about what it was like for Jackie, especially in those first few years. But how impactful it was. 78 years removed from it, there's not a lot that can compare. It really isn't. This was a
seminal moment.
This was a group of people that were prohibited from playing because of the color of their skin, and one person. This wasn't just all of a sudden every team's got a slew of different players. No, this was one guy. This was one guy specifically selected, carefully selected by Branch Rickey to be that guy and to stand alone as the person who is going to be the subject of all of this criticism, of all of this scrutiny. And you wonder, and I saw a stat, I think it was this morning, where in the first 4 years of his career, and of course, terms like war didn't exist. War existed obviously in the 1940s, but it was a different
kind.
Term. But the acronym WAR, wins above replacement.
Yeah.
There was only one player in the first 4 years that Jackie Robinson played that had a better WAR than Jackie Robinson, and that was Stan the Man Musial. If Jackie Robinson not only hadn't been a good player, but a great player, how it might have changed things.
Mm-hmm.
Because that's a thing that doesn't get discussed enough is
how good he was,
how good he was, how good he was, and how important that was to validating people like him being allowed to play baseball.
His skill does.
It's one thing just to be the first something, to break in.
Yeah.
But because he was supposed to shepherd in this whole new era to see, okay, is it going to be good enough? What if he had been a scrub player? What if he had been a 200 hitter? How
does that shape world
How
history?
does that shape history after that? It wasn't just his character, and that was the most important thing. Obviously, the most important thing was his determination to persevere was the most important thing. But I do wonder what the history would have been, what history books would have done if he had just been an average player.
Yeah, and
he was a great player.
That's why the pressure that was on him, obviously it was incredibly unfair, and it's still unfair. And so not only did he overcome it in the, traditional sense of I am not going to respond to this.
Right.
I am going to, he's going to keep it inside of him, which is awful that he had to deal with that. But so he's dealing with that pressure. And then he's also dealing with the pressure of you have to perform at such a level for the next group of players to follow you. And again, it's incredibly unfair that he had to deal with it. And that he did is, in a way, unfathomable to me. Like, we spent some of the show yesterday talking about Rory and the pressure of the Masters, the pressure of a golf tournament. And these players out here tonight, they're going to feel pressure. I would be stunned if there has been an athlete in either of our lifetimes, either of us, who has dealt with the pressure, the level of scrutiny that he did. Even LeBron, who's been famous since he was 15 or 16 years old, even Michael Jordan, even a quarterback of, the Dallas Cowboys or Tom Brady, they have dealt with pressure. But that extra layer of fearing for your life.
There's very few people in athletics history
who had to deal with what he had to deal with,
because he wasn't out there just representing Jackie Robinson. He was out there representing Black Americans everywhere.
Yep.
And showing that we belong and we deserve this place. He had, there's a pressure to get a hit in Game 7 of the World Series with the season on the line.
Sure.
This was an entirely different level of pressure.
Well, there was
that no one else ever had to go through in a way where the whole spotlight is on him because he was the one.
Because of who he was.
There was also so much pressure from every source there could be pressure from. There was pressure, obviously, from the acceptance of the audience, having to accept him, from his own clubhouse, because there was a whole petition to try to get him kicked out by members of the Dodgers, players of the Dodgers. The pressure of Branch Rickey telling him, hey, you have to calm down. You can't let your anger get the best of you. The pressure of other teams when they were playing, some of the slurs that people would yell at him when they were like playing at Boston or whatever. Incredible amount of pressure from so many sides.
Yeah, and that's why when you say it to start, like you'd love to go back and see it, like as a person who is closing in on 40 in a few years and has seen a variety of political and social things as it relates to sports and knowing the response. It'd be cool to see because it's history. But on the other hand, it's a reminder that nothing changes. There was controversy with him recently and a page getting taken down from a government website. And, where one of the responses was, look, we're treating him equally. We're not celebrating him for the color of his skin. But it's but that's missing the entire point of why Jackie Robinson is a historical and important figure. And so, yeah, getting a chance to relive that and see it would be incredible on one hand, but also a reminder of, some of the hateful things that we can do as humans. Whether it's, like Nick just said, it's not like it's just fans, right? And it's not like it's just other owners or other teams. His own teammates, he was catching it from literally every direction. And I don't know how he did it. He is such a better person, a better man than most people that have lived. I honestly think that, and I don't know how he did it, and it's incredible that he was able to, and like you said, that he was also a great player.
In hindsight, you can look at, the edict from Branch Rickey that he could not retaliate. He couldn't clap back. He couldn't respond. You look at it and say, well, that's completely and terribly unfair. And it was.
Yeah.
But when you consider the moment, how important that was, because in order to gain acceptance, even from people who didn't overtly object to people of color playing baseball, there was still a stigma out there that, well, we're giving you, you get this privilege to do this.
You get it. You didn't earn it. You get it.
And even those folks, if Jackie had been more aggressive, if Jackie had clapped back, if he had spouted off in the media, if he'd fought back on the field, a lot fewer people that were even at that time in the middle of the road wouldn't have accepted him, and it would have made the road very difficult.
Mm-hmm.
So while yes, in hindsight, it sounds and feels very unfair. It turned out to be a very important thing because it allowed Jackie and black people to get the foothold necessary. And then the Larry Dobies came along, and of course the next wave of black players came in. And by then, it was done.
Yeah.
And there was no turning back. And it's the courage and the fortitude of Jackie Robinson that allowed this day to feel like it does 78 years later, which seems like a very long time ago, but in the course of human history, it's
not.
really not.
It'll be interesting to see in a couple of years. You know, we love big round numbers, right? You know, a 0 next to another number. You know, the celebration and what they do in Major League Baseball, very special.
The Dodgers tonight apparently are also doffing the Brooklyn Dodger caps tonight.
Nice. I love those hats.
I do too, but
I bet
the people in Brooklyn are like, man, you took my team away.
I know.
Because that happened in Brooklyn, New York, April the 15th, 1947.
Incredible.
Mm-hmm.
All right, when we come back, it is time for some content.
Oh!
And there's probably going to be some baseball, probably going to be some football, probably going to be some NBA. You know, the playoffs start tonight.
Let's do it, Nick!
On 1620 The Zone.
Look, I made you some
Unsportsmanlike
content.
Unsportsmanlike content.
Unsportsmanlike content.
content that's unsportsmanlike.
As we draw nearer to baseball tonight between Nebraska and Creighton, it is time for Nick to jump in and let's discuss some of the other issues of the day.
The Dolphins and Jalen Ramsey appear to be making like my parents did when I was 9 and be on a head-on course for divorce.
Wow.
NFL insider Ian Rappaport says the two sides are mutually exploring trade options. Ramsey is due $25.1 million from my mammals. People forget dolphins are mammals and not fish.
They look like fish to me.
What can my team get from this trade, and why are they trading the wrong player?
Well, I mean, they're trading him, obviously, for the money because the cap hit apparently is going to be too much. Now, again, it's the NFL, so these contracts are all convoluted. I'm not sure. Does this mean that the new team owes him 25.1? How does he? I mean, I'm not sure how it's all going to go, but the bottom line is this. It sounds like he's on his way out. How high a draft pick can they get? And boy, with the timing of this, I mean, we're like a week and change out from the draft. Can they get something as high as a number 2 draft or a second round draft pick? Can they go higher than that? I'd be surprised if they could get a number 1, but I don't know. It would be curious to see who the takers will be on this.
Yeah, I mean, John, how good is he still? He's getting up there in age, right? You know, corners usually at this time in their career. He's been in the NFL since 2016. You know, so that's not, you're talking about year 10 for him in the NFL. This is kind of that period where guys are going to really start falling off. That's a lot of money to try to get for or to give to a player. So what can they get? Yeah, maybe a second rounder. That probably sounds about right, but I think it's going to be tough.
While Shedeur Sanders is getting his jersey retired this weekend in Boulder, before that he has one more private workout for the New York Giants. Does this mean the already oxygen-low Giants QB room with Russell Wilson and Jameis Winston is about to have a third big ego quarterback?
Wow. I'm trying to figure out, John, if I should want this to happen as someone that despises them. I think the answer is yes, right? Like, I'd rather them draft him than, one of the other really great players, especially on defense or something like that. I guess I would still be surprised if they did, but because my immediate thought, John, is like, why do you want that many quarterbacks in the room? But of course, this draft pick is not about 2025. It's about 26, 27, 28. And so are those guys, are Wilson or Winston going to be on the roster in 2 years, let alone 3? The answer is no. Yeah, sure. Why not? Giants, do it. That sounds like a lot of fun.
I think you should absolutely want the Giants to do this because while Shedeur is certainly very confident and comes from a very self-confident family, any rookie needs good mentors when they break into the league. And Coach Prime's going to be very busy coaching his team and trying to find the next third string, quarterback to retire his number. So having guys like Jameis Winston and Russell Wilson be those tutors would be rather interesting. And would Shedeur actually take to their teaching? I think you should.
Should he take to their teaching?
I think you should absolutely want this if you are an anti-Giants fan, because while I do think Shedeur Sanders could have a good NFL career, I don't think it's going to be a great NFL career. And just seeing the drama again, this is what could bring Hard Knocks back from the dead.
Folks,
draft him and then make the Giants just the quarterback room. We don't need to see anybody else. We don't need to see the linebackers. We don't need to see the training table. We don't need to see what the coaches are doing. We just need Giants quarterback room, Hard Knocks 2025.
Could you see a world where Shedeur has the same exact energy as Russell and Jameis? That'd be wild.
Yeah, I don't think he'll have that. I mean, it's all different types of energy, right?
It's
like
very different types.
Yeah, they all bring energy, but I mean, Jameis is that kind of. I mean, dare I say, John, like that old school televangelist to him, Whereas I think Russell Wilson, what kind of energy does he have? He seems like more of a tech weirdo.
Highly self-promoting.
Yeah, whereas I think Shedeur is kind of just like that, an old school superstar, right? And like, he wants to maybe demand where to get drafted. Like he comes about it like, well, honestly, from the old school, whereas the other two are much different in a variety of ways.
Speaking of different and weird quarterbacks, A Brett Favre tell-all documentary will hit Netflix next month. The Fall of Favre, the latest entry in Netflix's Untold series. It will air on May 20th. Are you interested?
I mean, given their treatment of the Michigan cheating scandal, as someone who has always been fascinated by the Brett Favre story and certainly enjoyed his playing days, there's a curiosity to see what would be reported, but then I also wonder how it would be handled. This isn't like a Real Sports, right? I mean, HBO did a great job with Real Sports. If Real Sports were doing this, absolutely I would watch, but Real Sports doesn't exist anymore. So I'm not really sure what I'd be getting here with Netflix and their handling of all of this.
John, you absolutely nailed it. This was the same outfit that did the Johnny Manziel documentary, that did the Florida Under Urban Meyer documentary, and I never watched either of those. And what was the one that you just mentioned? I didn't watch that one either.
It was the Connor Stallions. Of course you
Connor
didn't
Stallions.
watch because, you don't want to admit that Michigan cheated.
But it seems like from all reporting on these that it's very one-sided. Now, look, I don't think Brett Favre is a good human being, and I'm guessing just given the title, this is going to be a bit anti-Favre in its leanings. But it doesn't seem like these documentaries have done a really good job of, it's not even like telling the full story in the traditional sense. It's more, it's not long enough to get into everything as much. I'm with you. If this was Real Sports, RIP, or a different documentary outfit, I think I would be much more apt to watch it, but it just doesn't seem like these Netflix ones have been very good.
Have you seen this? Have you heard about this? While the number one pick in last night's WNBA draft is incredibly well known around here, of course it was Paige Beckers, the number 2 pick is making waves for her ability to dunk. Dominique Malonga was picked second by the Storm and is being called the WNBA Wemby. She's 6'6" and can dunk. Her youth and acclimatization to new country seems to be the only questions, wrote ESPN. Exciting.
Sean, I'd never heard of this woman until last night when I was scrolling through Twitter and seeing all these videos of her from overseas and what she's able to do. Definitely. I mean, I think one of the reasons for popularity of the WNBA or just women's basketball in recent years, why there's been an influx of viewership, is that the game has started looking maybe different from what it was when we were younger. She certainly seems like quite the athlete and coming into the league at a very interesting time. I mean, 6'6", long. There is a bit of Wemby to her game as well. So, sure, this is pretty cool.
I'll be curious to see how she acclimates to her new country. Apparently, this is the biggest question. Not really. This isn't like, the 1880s, where people are like in culture shock. It's like, oh my gosh, they have indoor plumbing here. What is going on? Well, I mean, I get it. She's from France. She may have not been over here very much, but that seemed to be an odd bit of analysis there. We'll see where it goes. And how her talents then translate to this country and the way that basketball is played over here.
Who wins tonight between Nebraska and Creighton?
America does.
America?
Oh, of course. I mean, we're going to see many pitchers. We're going to see maybe some runs, maybe a lot of runs. Yes, America wins tonight. I think this could be the night that Nebraska ends the losing streak. We'll see.
Really?
Well, as important as tonight is, this weekend is really important for both teams. Nebraska is going to be getting into an easier part of their schedule. They've got a little bit of a hole to climb out of to get into the conference tournament. Creighton kind of dug themselves a little bit of a hole last week, and their series starts earlier against St. John's. It goes Thursday through Saturday because of the Easter holiday. So I'll be very curious to see how this is approached. I know these two teams want to beat each other, but there might be an eye looking forward to the weekend and how important those series are. So maybe this is the night Nebraska finally gets it done.
I'm always worried about picking Nebraska, especially against Creighton in baseball, so I will not do so again tonight. It seems like Creighton has their number. I mean, they do have their number. It doesn't seem like it. They very much do have their number with all the victories in recent years. I will say the Jays win in heartbreaking fashion for the Huskers.
Speaking of predicting things, it's time for the main event.
Give it to me, Nick, but give it to me with some excitement.
Okay. Tonight in the NBA, the Hawks travel to Orlando, and the Grizzlies travel to San Fran to take on the Warriors. Who moves on?
Let's go with Orlando, John, out of the East. How about this stat, as Nick's just such a hater? How about this stat, John? Steph Curry and the Warriors have never won a play-in game. Every time they're in the play-in.
Oh my gosh! In the epic long history of the play-in game,
they are 0 for 3 in play-in games. They lost 2 of them in 2021, and then I can't remember what year it was. Maybe last year they lost. They went 0 for 1. I think they win though. The Grizz are a tire fire this year with all the jaw stuff, the coach getting fired, all sorts of things. So give me the home teams tonight, and the Warriors move on to face the Rockets in the first round of the playoffs.
I mean, this isn't the main event. This is the semi-main event, because the real main event is when you get the loser bowls. The Kings and the Mavericks and the Bulls and the Heat, all teams with losing records, because nothing screams playoff worthy like teams with sub 500 records. Sure. Who's playing again tonight? Whatever Josh said.
All right, perfect.
In the words of a relatively mid but still comedy movie cult classic, Office Space, the phrase, "What exactly would you say you do here?" comes a story from The Athletic on what Bill Belichick's girlfriend Jordan Hudson does at North Carolina. As you've heard, Hudson has been copied on all emails to Belichick per the head coach's request. So, what would you say she actually does here?
She is apparently there to help defend and protect the image of Bill Belichick, it would appear. So this is a very interesting story done by Matt Baker. And so all of the emails, all the correspondence that go to Bill Belichick have to also be forwarded to Jordan Hudson.
Okay.
And one of the first things that she did was help the SID at North Carolina polish the image, not really polish the image, but help steer the image of Steve Belichick, of course, Bill's son, who was hired as defensive coordinator. She wrote, "It can be easily misinterpreted that Steve is simply befitting from nepotism, but that is not the case. Steve was fortunate to have learned defensive football strategy from the greatest defensive mind of all time. He has earned his position due to performance and output." She then suggested the schools should not use images of the Belichicks together to prevent visual prompts that could fuel accusations of nepotism. She also suggested that the Tar Heels avoid referring to Steve as Bill's son and instead highlight his own accomplishments. Quote, this is from her email, "It is really worth emphasizing the point that Steve has the experience of being a college," all caps, "defensive coordinator and will bring a plethora of knowledge to the coaching staff. I believe being strategic about the depiction of Steve will prevent controversy and show utmost respect towards Steve's career, validate Bill's decision as a head coach to hire Steve."
So what does she do there?
She's trying to help Bill Belichick polish the message, apparently.
PR.
Yeah, you know, I thought that her job essentially was like a liaison between an old and the youngs is kind of what I thought she was going to do. She was going to be involved much more in like the branding stuff than anything else with social media or whatever. John, are you willing to back down yet on your bullishness on the Bill Belichick era at North Carolina? Remember when he got hired? You were really a fan of this move.
I don't think, I mean, listen, there's stuff like this that goes on in every program. This is just interesting because Bill Belichick is dating someone who's young enough to be his granddaughter.
Yeah.
So I won't use this as a reason to change my prediction. I still think there's a chance that North Carolina could have a pretty good term under Bill Belichick. By the way, one of the other things that she has been doing is asking folks to monitor the UNC football page for slanderous comments, such as, oh, maybe calling Bill Belichick a predator because he has such a young girlfriend.
Wait, what page is this happening on?
One of their social media pages. I'm not sure which one.
Like it's a response. Okay. I thought he meant
a response from people who, the trolls. Maybe like,
yes.
you know how fans like to troll other teams.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. We love trolling, don't we, folks?
I still just can't wrap my head around it because what do they possibly have to talk about? They can't have anything in common.
Well, maybe
you and I can barely talk at times, Nick. You and John don't have anything in common. This guy's 1,000,000 years old. I don't. Yeah, what do they do?
By the way, Belichick did sign a document earlier this month with the U.S. Patent and Trademark Office for an application for 14 phrases, including Chapel Bill.
Oh, my gosh.
Chapel Bill, Bill's version, the Bellustrator, and the Belichick way.
Wow.
Incredible.
Very cool, Bill.
This is going to go
Very
great.
Cool.
This is going to go great.
It's going to go terribly.
Fantastic.
Absolutely terrible.
All right, coming up next, what's for dinner? And then we'll turn things over to me and Connor.
Whoa.
Creighton baseball. Jays versus Huskers tonight on 1620 The Zone.
When you knock us down, we're going to get up. And on the way up, we're going to bite a kneecap off.
Crust is good on your pizza, not your ass.
I will eat your ass first.
He's tough as a Woolworth steak.
And then it's going to take 2 more shots to knock us down. All right. And on the way up, we're going to take your other kneecap.
I'm ready to hang them up, gut them and skin them and chop them up. You know what? I'm ready. My daughters aren't starving to death. I'll eat my neighbors.
And we're going to get up, and then it's going to take 3 shots to get us down. And when we do, we're going to take another hunk out of you.
Cliff, what are you going to take away as your best memory from playing basketball at Boston College?
Probably just like going out to eat.
So last night it was the Creighton basketball postseason banquet.
Mm-hmm.
Very nice. The salad was tremendous.
Good.
Had a nice vinaigrette with some of the dried cherries and some oranges. A little fruity. But also we had chicken breast and beef skewers. It was delicious, and the Mississippi. I think it was called a Mississippi mud tort.
Oh,
was really good. So yeah, it was a good meal last night. Good times. So there was my dinner last night. Tonight, it's ballpark food.
Ballpark food.
Beer and a dog.
The chicken and wild rice soup was excellent last night. I will imagine that I am going to have more of it tonight. Right now, John, we are very much in let's try to eat as much of the things we've already cooked as possible. No more new meals over the course of the next couple of days before we head out of town.
Last night it was leftovers. Tonight it's leftovers again, but I'm going to get a little creative about it. We still have some chicken breast left, so I'm going to cut it up a bit, maybe put it in some tiny tacos.
Oh,
Yeah.
white people tacos?
They're probably going to be white people tacos just because
Nice.
we have
Shout out
salad
to you,
stuff.
Nick.
We have the chicken breast. I'm just going to put it in a tortilla.
That sounds excellent, Nick. I hope that you have a lovely dinner.
Thank you.
Absolutely lovely dinner.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Well, there you go. That is what's for dinner, and that is today's Grum.
Can you believe, John, that it is already mid-April? I was reading Evan Bland's preview of tonight's game this morning, and it mentioned like the final game is on May, 6th, I think it was.
Oh, that's
And
my
I was like,
birthday.
oh, happy birthday to Nick. I was thinking like, man, that's so far away. And then it's like, nope, it's really not. It's 3 weeks from now. It will be here in a flash. Like, I can't believe it's almost May. I can't believe it's mid-April. What the hell? How is time moving so fast?
It's not. Yeah,
Oh,
we
it's
know what
not?
you're trying to do here. We know what you're trying to do
I
here.
wasn't even trying to do football.
Is such a very, 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 very long way away.
All right.
I mean,
well, how about this then, John? Looking ahead to tomorrow's show, you say we do too much football. Nick, have you said that? Do you think we do too much football, Nick?
I think we do too much football for April 15th.
I have a gift for you tomorrow, Nick. I have a gift for you. I often say nice get Nick. Today you can say nice get Josh. We finally, after years in the wilderness, will bring an NBA guest on the show tomorrow, Nick, to preview the playoffs. What do you think about that? Oh, interesting. Now he wants us to talk football, John. Fascinating stuff from Nick Grum. Fascinating.
So I'm upset that the Dolphins are going to get rid of Jalen Ramsey because Tyreek is the big problem, and they need to get rid of him before his trade value tanks anymore.
I don't really know if it can tank anymore, Nick. I think it's just kind of the floor. But we talked about it in content with Ramsey. Like, wow, that's a lot of money. Tyreek Hill's contract is crazy, and he's old, and he's not as fast as he was, and he's injury prone. So, like,
he's a troublemaker.
Yeah,
He
like,
got
I would
arrested
want to trade him
before a
too, but
game.
who are the suitors for him? The answer is not very many, if any, right now, Nick, and that's the problem with him. Like, you want him traded for a particular reason, but that reason is why other teams don't want to trade for him.
I know.
So it's tough.
I know. They should get rid of him.
Yeah.
I'm over Tyreek. I'm done.
Yeah, I know you are.
All right,
Cheetah. Remember
well,
when you were cheetah pilled and
I
now you were
was.
no longer?
I was. That's when he was good.
It was. Those days are over.
we'll see you tomorrow. Stay tuned for Creighton and Nebraska baseball next with yours truly and Connor Happer, and scheduled to be joined by special guest Pat Vendetti during the broadcast.
Whoa,
We'll have
nice get, Nick.
He
we'll have-
pitched
yes, nice
everywhere.
get, Nick. Well done.
The Yankees, the A's, a lot
Does
of
he
teams.
still throw with both arms?
He doesn't pitch anymore, but I assume he can still use both arms. Yes.
That's cool.
Bye. See you in a minute.
Bye.